please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Can I put this? Oh, no, this is proclamations for Hawks. Okay.
Good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is February 2nd. It is 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr.
Present.
Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your blessings upon our life. We pray now your peace and your power on these, your people who are gathered. We ask now your hand of protection upon those who protect and serve this county and nation. Bless now our leaders. Give them your strength, wisdom, and direction. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0079, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hausman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 4, regular meeting agenda, 22-0087, adoption of the regular meeting agenda.
No additions? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0088, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, January 5th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, January 19th, 2022.
Any additions, corrections? Not entertain a motion? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0089, presentations of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Black History Appreciation Month. sponsored by Commissioners Abdul, Rahman, and Hall.
Yeah, told me to be here by 9:30.
Good morning. As my colleagues make their way, Commissioner Natalie Hall and I wanted to recognize, but I would be remiss if I did not say that the full commission wants to recognize Black History Month. This proclamation, whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development, and whereas recognizing the need to promote and celebrate the often forgotten accomplishments of African Americans, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, an African American historian, author, and educator, established Black History Week in 1926 to highlight those accomplishments. And whereas Dr. Woodson chose the second week of February to celebrate Black History Week because it marked the birthdays of two men who greatly influenced the history of African Americans, Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And whereas February has other important dates in African American history, W.E.B. Du Bois was born on February 3rd, 1870. The 15th Amendment, which granted African Americans the right to vote, was passed on February 25th, 1870, and the first African American senator, Hiram R. Revels, took his oath of office on February 12th, 1909. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commemorates Black History Month and acknowledges the many contributions of African Americans to the United States of America, and does hereby proclaim the month of February as Black History Appreciation Month in Fulton County, Georgia.
The next proclamation is recognizing Judy Davis Walker Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you. And so can I get Judy Davis and her supporters, Nature Girls? Y'all come on, don't be sitting there just looking. And your sons, all the family members, come here. There's the chairman. And there's my other colleagues. Just come, all the supporters of Judy Davis. This is a very, very important day. And some of you all come on this side for me. Robert, can you kind of make sure they're equally for the picture? This is a very, very important day here in Fulton County. And I appreciate the Nature Girls being here to support their Nature Girl as well as the family of her as well. This is a very historical day in Fulton County. And it is with pride that I present this long overdue proclamation. You know, my late mother used to say that dead noses smell no roses. So Judy Davis, I told her, as crude as that is, that I wanted to give her flowers while she was living. Because she deserves it, and it's long overdue. This proclamation, whereas Judy Davis was the first Black female police officer to serve in the Fulton County Police Department, recruited by the late Fulton County Commissioner Henry H.D. Dotson on April 30th, 1976, and serving at the Southside Precinct, and whereas Officer Davis was raised in New York City and attended the University of Georgia, majoring in political science, and later graduated from Georgia State University, where she earned her bachelor's degree in urban planning in 1978. And whereas Officer Davis is a 1975 graduate of the University of Georgia's Operation Catch-Up program, which was specifically designed to encourage more women and minorities to pursue law enforcement as a career choice. And she began her law enforcement career as the first full-time Black officer with the Roswell Police Department. And whereas Officer Davis became Judy Davis Walker in 1980, and as the first Black female officer, she faced many challenges, yet she endured and continued to focus on her oath as a police officer, focusing on keeping people out of jail versus putting them in jail. And whereas Judy Davis Walker is the proud mother of 2 sons and a grandmother of 3, she is a community activist and a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc., and a proud member of the Nature Girls. So it is with esteem that I say here in Fulton County, in the month of Black History, that someone who was one of many firsts. We know the first of Martin Luther King. We know the first of Jackie Robinson. We even also know the first of Khadijah, the first Muslim female elected to office in the state of Georgia. And it's not always easy being the first. But one thing about it, it's an honorable job that somebody has to do. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Judy Davis for her pioneering role in the Fulton County Police Department, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, as Judy Davis Walker Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
First, my sincerest thanks to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, and in particular, Commissioner Khadijah, for this recognition. I want to say I have been asked to do this in the past, but the pain was just too great for me to take the time to give them the information. And Commissioner Khadijah just would not let me not do it. And I want to say thank you and your staff, because I wanted to back out. You know, being the first is never easy, especially when you're breaking some important historic barriers. I am pleased to say that as the first Black woman and one of the first women, period, when there were only 3 or 4 on the Fulton County Police, standing here as by itself is a testament. As many of you may or may not know, Fulton County Police was initially done by service by the city of Atlanta. So it was only created to get away from the Black administration in the city of Atlanta. So 4 months later, I was hired as the first Black female. So for standing here today is a testament. It is part of my lifelong testimony. And for those who are of the faith community, you know you cannot have a testimony without being tested. Back in 1976, I was tested. That was more than 45 years ago. And I too well remember the struggle of holding down the job, facing racial discrimination, sex discrimination, and yes, sexual harassment. with very little to turn to. The only person I could turn to for the racial was the sexual harasser. But you know, I had to say which is the worst of the two evils. But as I tell you today, and as I say to young women who choose professions choose careers in male-dominated professions, hold your own. Don't expect special treatment. I never did. Use your brain and not your body. That was my philosophy the whole time. God gave me a brain, and I didn't have to screw my way, excuse the expression, anywhere. And I held true to that. You also must have some role models. I was influenced by Dr. Martin Luther King to attend college in Georgia, at the University of Georgia, that at the time I thought was right outside of Atlanta. And I thought everybody here was like Dr. King. And then I had some sheroes. The late Congressman Barbara Jordan of Texas, and the Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm from my hometown in New York. Then I was honored to meet the first Black female that integrated the University of Georgia, Charlene Hunter, who became my mentor. It's funny, I never wanted to be a police officer. I signed up for Operation Catch-Up because they paid us $200 a month to take afternoon classes for this police training with no obligation to work in law enforcement. And I said, that will work. And through the program, then my instructors kept insisting and encouraging me to take a job in law enforcement, and I was ready to get back into the city, so I took a job with Roswell so I could be in Atlanta. My mother thought she was gonna die. What? You told me you would never be a cop, and you'll never finish college. So I want to say, with all the challenges that I faced, I continued and I pressed on, and I got my degree while still working full-time with the police department. And I want to say then, again, I accept today's honor with gratitude on behalf of so many women who were first in their own right, who came before me and break barriers in the future, whether it is, and for women who are still going to break barriers in the future, whether it's President of the United States or even the first Black woman who's chair of the Fulton County Commission Board. And again, I want to say thank the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, and a special thanks to Commissioner Khadija. And I want to thank all of I want to first acknowledge my sons that are here, and I resigned from the police department when my oldest son was 3 months old. And that's been 40 years ago. So it's taken me 40 years to get here. So thank you, and to the Nature Girls and some of my college sorority sisters and community friends, and I want to thank everyone for coming and your support. Let's get the picture. The next proclamation is recognizing Mandu Bookstore Appreciation Day
sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Love y'all. Okay, can I please, and thank you all for bearing with me. I know these are quite a few proclamations, and sometimes it gets to be a bit much. But this is a historical month, being Black History Month, and these are individuals that are first. And Fulton County wants to make sure that we celebrate them. Madu Bookstore and all of the family and supporters, can you all please join me in the chairman and the other colleagues? It is with great pride that this proclamation for Madu Bookstore, and if you don't know about Madu Bookstore, then you're not from Atlanta. This is a institution that first opened its doors on December 5th, 1989, and is the largest African-American owned bookstore in Atlanta, Georgia. And Madu Bookstore opened independently at Greenbrier Mall in 1992. And whereas Madu Bookstore has held numerous book signings for celebrities and national influencers, including Ilania Vansant, Michael Eric Dyson, Terry McMillan, Pearl Cleage, Congressman John Lewis, and Ambassador Andrew Young. And whereas Madu Bookstore has received several awards and accolades, including being named Best in Atlanta by the Atlanta Tribune in 2018, and in addition to local and national media coverage, whereas Madu Bookstore, under the leadership of its owner, Nia Damali, celebrated its 31st anniversary on December 5th, 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Madu Bookstore for its legacy in the Fulton County's business community and for its cultural contributions to the local community, and has been a staple in Southwest Atlanta. When we didn't have other places to go for books, when we didn't have other places to go to see images of ourselves, Madu Bookstore was there. And so we hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, as Madu Bookstore Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you.
Behind that, all I can say is wow. Thank you all. I am so humble and grateful to each and all of you for supporting Madu Bookstore for all of these many years. I remember when I first opened in '89, people asked me, are you doing this for a hobby? Are you expecting to really be able to pay your rent and, make a little money? So umpteen years later, actually 30 plus years later, I say, yes, I was and I am. And I thank each and all of you, my community, my village, and all for your support for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Again, thank each and all of you. Thank all of you, and thank my son, Sekou, who is here with me. Thank Fulton County and the city of Atlanta, and all of you all, my community. Again, thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing National American Miss Teen Demacia Howard Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Can I please get all of the family and friends of Demacia Howard to come forward? Oh, you're so, see, brought me something. I tell you, a true queen. Demacia, we wanted here at Fulton County to celebrate this young lady because not only is she a native of Atlanta, she lives in my district and she has had a phenomenal run and won her crown. And so this proclamation states, whereas Demacia Howard is a native of Atlanta, Georgia, and the daughter of James and Regina Howard, and a current resident of South Fulton, and whereas Demacia is a summa cum laude graduate of Georgia Cyber Academy and Georgia Military College, and is currently a freshman honor student at Georgia State University. Woohoo! My alumnus. And whereas Demacia Howard was crowned National American Miss Teen at the I Am Pageant Powerhouse Convention in Orlando, Florida on Sunday, November 28, 2021. And whereas her duties as National American Miss Teen include traveling across the United States and locally to make appearances, speak to students, participate in service projects in her local community, and she will serve internationally by continuing her work with Books for Africa. And whereas Demacia has received multiple honors and awards, including being a 7-time recipient of the President's Volunteer Service Award, and she was named an outstanding Georgia citizen, and we are honored to claim her in Fulton County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Demacia Howard for her title as National American Miss Teen and for being a great role model for other young women in her community, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022 as National American Miss Teen Demacia Howard Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
I would like to thank the entire Fulton County Board of Commissioners and most gratefully Commissioner Abdul Rahman. I have to go back to class in literally 30 minutes, but I just wanted to come here and say thank you to everyone just for the honor. I'm honored to represent, my state, my city, and now the nation and be representative for women and especially women of color. So thank you very much.
The last proclamation is recognizing Real Chicks Rock Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Will Real Chicks Rock and any of their supporters that are here please join me and my colleagues at the podium. It takes a village, they often say, and I am proud to be able to stand here today with my colleagues to really applaud this organization. This proclamation is whereas Real Chicks Rock is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and brand that creatively collaborates and raises awareness regarding issues that impact women through the arts, community service, public speaking, mentoring, workshops, and more. And whereas Real Chicks Rocks presents real discussions in a live radio show with conversations that focus on women and their progression in politics, communities, activism, philanthropy, mental health, health and wellness, entrepreneurship, business, leadership, and the arts. And whereas the show is streamed live every first and third Sunday of the month on Status Network, Live TV, YouTube, and many other outlets, there's also a podcast available on several major directories. And whereas Real Chicks Rock was founded by Michelle Dawes-Burt, a native of Bronx, New York, an entrepreneur, public speaker, community service activist, philanthropist, podcaster, talk radio personality, and professional mentor whose goal is to positively impact the mind, body, and soul of women regardless of age, race, or culture. And on a personal note, I love the fact that she does it 24/7 without a claim. So it is an honor on behalf of Fulton County that now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Real Chicks Rock for providing an open dialogue to discuss topics and issues that impact listeners, and does hereby proclaim Monday, January 31st, because it was earlier, 2022 as Real Chicks Rocks Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Khadijah, and all the commissioners on the board. My friend over here on my left. Thank you, Commissioner Hall, I would just want to thank all the commissioners for what you guys are doing in the community, Fulton County. I'm a proud resident of Fulton County. I wouldn't want to live in any other county but that. And I appreciate everything that you guys have been doing for us. As Commissioner Khadijah said, I am Michelle Dawes-Burt, and I am the founder of Real Chicks Rock. And it is a nonprofit organization, and it came about when this young man, my son, was about 2.5 years old. Unfortunately, through trials and tribulations, being married, it didn't work. And through that, I became divorced, and I didn't know who I was as a woman, and I had to figure that out. And if it wasn't for God on my side and this little boy holding my ankle or by my knee at the time, I wouldn't be standing here today. What this nonprofit is designed to help empower women figure out who they are. Oftentimes, life throws us a curveball and we don't understand how to reset, renew, re-image ourselves. And so the brand is here to give people that platform and that opportunity to do a reset. And we allow women to get the tools that they need to be empowered. Because oftentimes when fear is on us, we don't know what to do, but the empowerment through tools allows us to get back on our feet and stand up straight and stand direct and see clearly. So this year is very special for us as a brand because in October it will mark 10 years that I have been doing this. And I have a full-time job, thank you. I have a full-time job. I'm a project manager by day, but I'm a Real Chicks Rock person at night, trying to collaborate and get back out and give back to people and help people and donate and contribute things with back-to-school drives and coat drives and things like that. But it's also showing a lot of people that if you dream big, it can happen. Regardless of whether you're married or not, children or not, if God gives it to you, go for it. And continue to go out here and network and meet the people because the resources are out here waiting for you to be the best version of you that you can possibly be. So again, I'm honored, I'm thankful. If God was not over the head of my life, I don't know what I would do or say, but I just wanted to thank everybody here in attendance and really my son, because when this proclamation came, he remembered the very first things that we did, and he was like 3 years old, 2 or 3 years old. And so I would encourage people to bring your children involved as much as possible because they remember those things. And hopefully it'll be things that'll allow them to be a better person as well. So thank you, everybody.
Where's everybody? All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, public hearings, 22-0090, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 14 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Constance Hunter, Allie Kelly, Daniel Scafani, John Bayless, and Bridget Thorne.
All right, it's 10:38. We have 30 minutes. And speakers, when you have 15 seconds left in your 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that's your cue to conclude your remarks. Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners and this Assembly. I am Constance Hunter, a former employee of Happy Faces Employment Agency. My assignments were Fulton County Instructor and Fulton County Warehouse Manager. Happy Faces is an employer who values employees. I was a part-time employee of Fulton County before Happy Faces came on board. Initially, Mr. Michael Harrison, the CEO of Happy Faces, spoke to employees of Fulton County. He assured us that we would understand what was expected of us. He gave us phone numbers of supervisors who would assist us, as well as his personal phone number. Happy Faces is a good employer that helps employees in all areas. Last year, the IRS informed me that I had identity theft of my Social Security number. Someone had used my Social Security number to gain employment. I notified all companies that I was associated with, as well as the authorities. Mr. Harrison was the only person who responded to me. He sent me an extensive email explaining how he investigated my Social Security number. He assured me that the identity theft did not occur at Happy Faces. He also assured me that I could call on him at any time. I recommend Happy Faces as an employer because it is a kind, compassionate, helpful, and professional place of employment. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished commissioners and Chairman Pitts. My name is Allie Kelly. I'm executive director of a nonprofit called The Ray, and I also have the honor of serving on the board of the Fulton Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution before you to support FTIA with seed funding. I am currently serving in the role of interim chair. Chairman Pitts, my colleague, is serving in the role of vice chair of FTIA. The Fulton Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority was created by the state legislature and signed into law by Governor Kemp in 2021. It is the first state authority functioning in Fulton County, created since MARTA in the 1960s. And our role at FTIA is to catalyze and support energy enhancement and technology projects across Fulton County in the communities of largest and most significant need in order to produce better outcomes in Fulton County schools and to reduce energy burden in our communities in order to attract workforce development, new jobs, and generate wealth. This is an innovative approach to community turnaround across Fulton County. It's an honor to serve on this authority, and we would be so pleased to receive much needed seed funding from the commission in order to stand up organizational resources that
15 seconds.
that will allow the authority to be competitive for the funding availability and opportunities from the federal government that we know will flow this year as a result of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Thank you.
Greetings, members of the commission. My name is John Bay Alice. In my day job, I am the Intergovernmental Affairs Manager for the Atlanta Regional Commission. I am also a colleague of Allie's on the board of the Fulton Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority, as well as Chairman Pitts. There's not much more I can add. I thought Allie did a great job of summarizing everything. I do want to formally thank Commissioner Abdul Rahman for bringing up this resolution. We very much appreciate the favorable consideration of the language in that resolution that, again, would provide some seed money for us to operate in a more formal capacity. We've been a working board for almost 7 months now, and we are really ready to roll up our sleeves and hit the ground running to, again, as Allie said, take advantage of some of the opportunities, in particular the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act funding that will start to flow down from Washington. So once again, we look for your favorable consideration on this resolution, and thank you very much for your time. Oh, and we also have some hard copies of a support letter that I'll see are distributed to each of you as well.
Hello and good morning. My name is Dan Scarfoni. I am a PhD student at the Machine Learning program at Georgia Tech, and I'm here to talk about the vaccine mandate for Fulton County employees. I have a master's degree from an R1 research school. I spent years as a scientist at MIT and then came to Georgia Tech for my doctorate. I am not a virologist, but I am published in a health security journal. I can read a graph and I know the scientific process. Right to bodily autonomy is one of, if not the most fundamental of human rights and must be defended at all costs. Any vaccine mandate can only be done, if ever, with inarguable demonstration of necessity, the full democratic process, and thorough vetting of the injection and assurance of public safety and efficacy. These criterion are not met here. Numerous studies show that the injection has marginal efficacy, some even demonstrating negative efficacy after a certain period of time, that it does not stop transmission and in fact has killed more people than every other vaccine combined and then multiplied by 2 according to the CDC's VAERS database. The most qualified voices on the subject, such as Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Robert Malone, one of the inventors of the mRNA technology behind the vaccine, and former chief scientist at Pfizer, Michael Yeadon, vehemently oppose this vaccine. And the only responses to them that I have seen are censorship and poorly written debunking articles that I would fail an undergraduate for writing. Worse, the vaccine mandate will disproportionately affect the working class and people of color, and thus arguably qualifies as a form of systemic racism, a belief which is held by the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Greater New York. This vaccine is flying every red flag that there is and must not be mandated. Thank you very much.
Greetings, Commissioners. Commissioner Arrington, you were right. I didn't complain in 2016. Let me quote an article from 2016. Most early voters did not anticipate the long lines. In fact, decided to vote early in hopes of avoiding a lengthy wait. At one of the few polling locations in Fulton County, the doors opened over an hour late. While many were undeterred, countless others went home or back to work with the goal of voting on another day. This is not how democracy is supposed to work. No one should have to wait hours to vote, and the sight of people collapsing from heat exhaustion as they waited should outrage all of us. These voter suppression efforts must stop. I did not complain in 2018 either, when there were long voter suppression lines then. No, I didn't complain in June 2020 when the lines were so long someone was able to watch a whole series on Netflix. I didn't complain. Instead, I offered to help. I worked the polls. I sent suggestion emails. I sat at manager roundtable meetings. I offered to come down on my day off and help. I had long conversations with Blake, Johnny, Mrs. Whitmore, and an SOS investigator. I mentored other poll managers. I accepted an offer to help train poll managers. I offered to help. So now in 2022, in a recent AJC article, it says a little over half of Georgians trust the election process here. I offered to help. A group of us met with Chairman Pitts in hopes of implementing a community staffing model that would restore this trust. We were told we were crazy. I offered to quit my job and come work for Fulton County elections.
15 seconds.
Chairman Pitts said he wouldn't hire me. At the last meeting, you had engineers, doctors, lawyers, CPAs who all raised their hands and were willing to help. And we're told, no, we don't want your help. We want to ignore the state auditor's report, and we want poorly trained workers, temp workers. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Nia Corsten, Candy Muldowney, Michelle Sarkeesian, Susan Ortiz Balojos, and Sandra Burkhart.
Hi, I'm Nia Corsten. Good morning. As we all know, today is Groundhog Day. In a small town in Pennsylvania, this day is said to determine if they will have 6 more weeks of winter, a fun and silly tradition. For the FCBOC, it feels like Groundhog Day happens every 2 weeks and determines a matter of much greater importance. Will Fulton County have free and transparent elections? A serious and meaningful opportunity. By voting to extend the Happy Faces contract through June, you have ignored and disregarded the recommendations of the Carter-Jones audit, the scathing elections audit, and more importantly, the residents of Fulton County. In a recent AJC poll, only 50% of Georgia voters are confident in their election. Why is that? Could it be that the Fulton County kept the inept FC Director of Elections in his position despite the BRE's recommendation of his removal? Or what about Fulton County's use of temp agencies to run all aspects of our election, even against the state auditor recommendation? Or could it be the ongoing refusal of permitting citizens who are stakeholders in their communities to work their own elections during early voting? Currently, these community stakeholders are only allowed to be poll workers and prohibits them from working in other capacities, such as poll techs, warehouse managers, and absentee ballot processors. Nowhere on Fulton County's website is there a link or any information about working early voting. Why isn't the county promoting potential citizens for this opportunity? It's your job to fill these positions. After perusing the website, you would never know the opportunity even exists. Every other county advertises, promotes, and encourages citizens to become engaged in the process.
15
but not
seconds.
Fulton County, only the most populated county in the entire state of Georgia. What are we afraid of? Fulton County was the epicenter for election integrity in 2020 and gained national attention for all the wrong reasons. Who here wants to relive that nightmare? Thank you.
My name is Candy Muldowney. What a great turnout we had at the last meeting. So many civic-minded citizens showed support for the purpose of preventing the Happy Faces contract renewal. Even though the contract was renewed through June of this year, our next step is to develop a plan going forward. We have been suggesting a community-based model for many months now. It is time to make a plan. You all received a handout at the last meeting with suggestions and ideas regarding the registrations and elections 2022 staffing plan. I hope most of you have reviewed them. There was a disingenuous argument made that Happy Faces temp workers only made up about 20% of the election workers. This may be true as far as headcount is concerned, but those temporary employees, by far, work the vast majority of the hours in the election process. Over the 19 days of early voting, there are far more man-hours worked by temp workers compared to the civic-minded citizens hired by Fulton to work on election day. This is more than evident by the fact that Happy Faces was paid $7.7 million for staffing versus civic-minded citizens receiving less than 10% of that, for a total of only $600,000. The temp workers are also relied upon to perform all of the important tasks, some of the very procedural tasks that Carter Jones' report identified as real problem areas: warehouse procedures, logistics, poll tax, absentee ballot counting, compliance, voter roll verification, et cetera.
15 seconds.
While civic-minded citizens are only eligible to work as election day poll workers. In addition, Commissioner Arrington's rant at the end of public comments last meeting was highly unprofessional and went viral for all the wrong reasons. Thanks for showing your true colors.
Thank you.
This only reinforces
Thank you.
Fulton's sullied reputation.
Thank you.
And you can call me crazy.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Sarkeesian, and I'm a Fulton County resident and a voter. And I am one of the crazies Commissioner Arrington belittled to Commissioner Hall and she giggled about. That made national news, along with Arrington's rant 2 weeks ago, along with the reminder of his problems from a few years back. That must have been awful to see again. It was embarrassing for many of us to see our commissioner look so bad. Happy Faces was also a topic as the nation heard about Fulton's continued cesspool elections process. All know that Now Account, which Stacey Abrams is a co-founder of and an officer with, is a securator, AKA co-signer of Happy Faces. Stop denying it. We have the documents here. I'm thankful that Richard Barron will finally be gone, and I'm grateful Jan Johnston is here asking questions and wanting concerns addressed. That, Mr. Pitts, is not a conspiracy theorist. That is a responsible public servant. Look into the mess, especially when the audit report is so damning. You rant about the big lie despite volumes of evidence regarding election corruption, from ballot harvesting videos to sworn affidavits to rehiring a highly questionable and inept out-of-town temp agency that no one wants. You all have directly violated the state auditor's recommendation and grossly mismanaged taxpayer funds, resulting in a loss of public trust. Losing public trust is an ethics violation, and you will be receiving documents about those violations. But we're here to help. Hundreds have raised their hands to step up and improve our flawed elections process.
15 seconds.
We ask that you get to work. What's the plan to move Fulton County residents filling Fulton County elections roles? Who owns the plan? We'd like to see a draft of it at the next meeting. Will you do that?
Good morning. My name is Susan Ortiz Viejos. The question was raised, where were we in 2016 when Donald Trump was elected? You might also ask, where were we in 2012 or 2008 when Barack Obama was elected? Well, there was no blatant wrongdoing that I can remember. And no one even knew about an organization called Happy Faces that was involved in our elections. 2020 was the first time that I had ever heard of them. So if you want to stop divisiveness that you're seeing, Mr. Arrington, be transparent with us. Fulton County is not transparent with the public. And still for the upcoming primaries, like someone mentioned, the website does not have a tab, how to get a job for early voting. How hard is it to have a tab that says, click here if you'd like to be a poll worker for the weeks of early voting? Then the link could take you to the Happy Faces website, since we're stuck with them for a few more months. My parents came to this country as legal immigrants with $100 in their pockets and lived the American dream. I'm not about to be the first generation to lose that dream by giving up on our sacred election process and allowing it to be the best kept secret in the United States. You need to be transparent with how it works, who is working, and who did the public actually vote for. Why was there resistance to a proper inspection of the ballots after the 2020 election? How do you squash this so-called big lie? By making sure that people from any political party can work at the scene and behind the scenes. That is your job to ensure. You'd like to quote fiction, Mr. Arrington.
15
Charles
seconds.
Dickens. I would like to quote nonfiction, George Washington. Truth will ultimately prevail where pains is taken to bring it to light. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I live in Fulton County. Since this is Black History Month, I want to start off honoring Martin Luther King Jr. with his opinion, we should not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. I'm a prayer warrior. I go where God tells me. I'm not afraid to obey him. I come here to pray. My daily goal is to share truth and be a blessing. Voting is an important part of the fabric of our country. Another wise man once said, it's not about who casts the vote, it's about who counts the vote. Ever since I saw the video from security cameras at State Farm Arena, where stacks of ballots were run through a machine multiple times and large containers were taken out from under tablecloths after observers and media were told to leave, I have been concerned. Did this really happen in Fulton County, Georgia, where I live? It brought me to tears. I cried. I thought something would happen to improve the situation. How can such an egregious situation and an assault on our election, on my vote, on your vote, be allowed? And now it seems like the players are being positioned to repeat and affirm the actions. Richard Barron fired last February and then rehired, and now he's leaving again. Why? Some prefer to hire Happy Face and continue their contract, even though they're from outside our county and they are not a reflection of who we are. How disappointing. Keep in mind, at the very end, only truth will matter.
15 seconds.
There will be no way to manipulate the eternal results. That reality makes me happy. Thank you.
The last four speakers here in Assembly Hall, please come down. Lucia Frazier, Maggie Goldman, Israel Jewell, and Naomi Harrington.
Good morning, Lucia Frazier. So last meeting, we had over 100 people show up to say stop using temp agencies. The state auditor reported they make no documentation of anything it does. They spend unknown sums for unknown things all year long. And we still voted for him. So this is the biggest span of time between elections, and you let staff tell you they can't figure out how to do it. So even as you asked them to do it last summer, I think they've had enough time. What are you doing different now until June when you will vote them out? To get more community workers, post positions now, call center staff, absentee staff, registration staff, election staff, warehouse staff. Break them out into one-day increments. So more people will come if you don't make it 19 days. You know, you'll get everybody you need. You make it hard. Break out or mix full-timers with community. Have same-day training. You have the full-timers in the warehouse, you bring in 10 people that day, they train them in like 15 minutes, we get the job done. The staffing model has some concerns that you guys presented. You're showing 13 people at each precinct for advanced voting. 6 of them are clerks. I don't think we need that many. There's a compliance officer, which is no different than a poll manager, and we didn't have that before. And you also show that these positions operate from 317 to 617. Advanced voting is only 5:2 to 5:20, so I'm confused as why they're on the record for that long. And it also shows absentee ballot openers from 3:30 to 6:07. The ballots don't get mailed till 4:25, so I don't know what they're doing all of April. Maybe if you could make it more clear, I'd love to have a meeting with someone to explain this to me, and then
15 seconds.
I can learn more. So that's all I have today. Thank you.
Maggie Goldman, Johns Creek, District 1. I'm going to read most of the North Fulton Improvement Network North Promise. Financial well-being, a state of being wherein a person can fully meet their current and ongoing financial obligations, can feel secure in their financial future, and is able to make choices that allow them to enjoy life. As residents and neighbors, we know that the incredible lifestyle our 6 cities didn't just happen by accident. We have a lot riding on what happens next. Economics have changed dramatically in recent years. Workforce shortages, traffic, and skyrocketing costs are challenging businesses and neighbors alike. Did you know that it now takes $70,000 to $80,000 for a family of 4 to live in North Fulton? There are 56,000, more than 1 in 3 families living in our neighborhoods who don't earn that much and may struggle to keep up with household expenses. When money is tight, these neighbors have to decide between healthy nutrition, health care, paying the rent. Ultimately, that impacts us all. Collectively, we decide who and what we want to be going forward. Engagement can be large or small, but it's good for all of us to participate in the larger conversations. One step is to sign the North Fulton Promise. It's our agreement at a most basic level, away from political debate, of what we hope for our community. This written consensus can help us move forward towards solutions to fulfill that promise. I believe North Fulton should be a place where a child has an opportunity to receive high-quality care and education, a place where no child calls a hotel their home, a place where a visit to a food pantry is a rare occurrence, a place where commuting to work doesn't strain family time or finances, a place that minimizes traffic congestion,
15 seconds.
a place where residents, children, and grandchildren can live and residents can age in place. I think we'd think about this for all of Fulton and not just North Fulton.
Good morning to all commissioners and community leaders. Assalamu alaikum, Commissioner Khadija Rahman. My name is Israel Jewell. I am president of Refuge Village Community Hope, Incorporated here in the Fulton County area. On January the 29th, 2021, our nonprofit organization was approved for the LVAP 5% program to receive funding to help support our goal for safe housing for domestic violence victims, as well as homeless shelters. We do safe housing for adolescents, children as well. In the year of 2021, we've reached out to Commissioner Rahman's office to have some type of direction to receive funding for our cause, and there has been no type of direction for us to go for funding. There is a high demand for homeless sheltering here in the Fulton County. In Fulton County, we are looking forward to reaching out to Natalie Hall since October of 2021, leaving voicemails, leaving different emails, and have not received any type of communication back. And we are just looking for funding. Our organization needs funding. Nonprofits are under a lot of pressure. There have been a lot of shelters shut down. We have, in the year of 2021, since pandemic has started, have had to shut down our shelters and take a lot of families into our personal homes. We've had a few children to have caught COVID.
15 seconds.
Thank you, sir. To have to let a lot of families go out of our personal homes. Our nonprofit, Refuge Village Community Hope, is looking for funding here in the Fulton County area. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Naomi Harrigan. I'm here on the subject of happy faces and how we conduct ourselves in a professional and at all times keep ourselves in the guidelines and the laws and what we have here in Fulton County for voting. I literally just got back into the States, so I did not know a lot of stuff that was going on, but I wanted to come and voice my opinion. I've worked in locations where I've been the manager, I've been the compliance officer, I've been there at the North Annex at the 6th Congressional, where we were asking voters outside the precinct would they want to come and work for us. We go to a vast how would you call it, where we reach out to people, and it's not just black, it's not white, it's everybody. We try to pull them in. We need that representation. We need them to know that when we bring them in, they know that there's going to be integrity, and there's going to be good standing in far as the way we conduct ourselves, and that everyone knows that it's all inclusive. Our elections are important right now. We see all the misinformation that's being put out there. We see people being pulled in to untruths, and we see that our democracy is in danger. So I'm asking that you reconsider I'm not sure what's going on, but I want to understand the contract for Happy Faces is over.
15 seconds.
I'm asking you to reconsider. And even you guys, I've met Rob Pitts, I've met Dick Anderson, I've met your father during early voting. So we asking you to please reconsider and look at us in a bright light. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, there are 7 Zoom speakers.
7?
Yes.
All right, 30 minutes have expired, so what's your pleasure? What, have them at the end? All right, we'll hear them at the end. Any objections? Actually, we have 1 more minute. Yeah, 11:08. Who's the first one? We take one of them, then the rest will be at the end.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you imagine growing up as a young boy or girl and your mother or father telling you to do something and you deliberately disobeying for months? Can you imagine that? I cannot. That scenario would never have come to fruition for me. There would have been consequences for not doing the right thing. And I suspect the same is probably true for many of you. But that certainly is not true with our elections department. Let's start with 1, the state auditor's report that has been largely ignored. Number 2, the financial audit report. I have not heard any solutions to fixing those issues. Number 3, the recent Happy Faces audit. What's the solution there? Or number 4, the many concerns that local residents have expressed. And there are many still today that have not been paid what they're due. And I'm surprised, Mr. Arrington, back in December, you raised the issue of residents not being paid over the holidays, but since it has not been uttered once. Commissioner Hall, I agree with you. The time is now for a solution to move to the community, much like other counties across the state, and moving away from temp agencies, not from one temp agency to another temp agency. The time is now, just like the health department comes and reports to you every 2 weeks, the substandard performance from the elections department, I would have them come and present every 2 weeks on what is the solution, and what is the progress against it. Thank you very much.
All right, the suggestion was not suggestion. The time has expired, so there were 7. We heard from 1. We have 6 at the end of the meeting. All right, continue.
Continuing on page 5 under public hearings, 22-0091, police. Public hearing for alcohol beverage license application submitted by Shoe Crazy Wine LLC for the wholesale of wine located at 3800 Wendell Drive, Suite 406, Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, this is a public hearing. Shoe Crazy Wine LLC. I open the public hearing. Anyone here to speak on this matter? Anyone in the Assembly Hall to speak on this matter? All right, well, now we'll close the public hearing. There's no vote today. It's a public hearing, correct? All right, thank you. Continue.
County manager's items under open and responsible government, 22-0092, presentation of the COVID-19 operational response update.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Very brief report this morning. We are seeing improving trends in the COVID results. Earlier than we expected, we'd like to show or walk through some of those charts for public information. However, the daily case count at 1,000, the positivity rate at 18%, and hospitalizations at 800 certainly still represent challenges. The death rate at 3 per day continues to show how serious the situation remains. Also, a third of all of the cases, 60,000 or so, have occurred in the last 2 months. So we're cautiously optimistic based on these trends, but recognize that this can change with the next variant. In addition to that, a recent poll showed that 70% of the public would like to simply move on from the virus. Interestingly, at the same time, there was a New York Times article this weekend about the aftershocks of the 1918 pandemic that occurred in 1920. So that all being said, we remain focused, have ample capacity for both testing and vaccines, but we are discussing the next phase in the second quarter of this year. We'll bring forward plans in March to discuss with you and seek your approval. Targeted events that we'll talk about today, like high school basketball games with incentives, is a primary outreach effort for us, and we're seeing good results there to drive demand. We'll also deliver home test kits, now supplementing the federal program. However, we still have our own supply chain issues with the over 100,000 home test kits that we've ordered. ERAP continues to be a primary example of our leadership. The additional $25 million that we requested from DCA and the federal government has been approved. I've now had a discussion with the DCA commissioner about an additional $25 million. So we're working on the approval process for that. So that could be up to $50 million that we would have in incremental emergency rental assistance, and Dr. Rochelle can answer questions about that. Also, the mortgage assistance program now is open to the public, and we've included that information in your material. The reopening update briefly is we plan to reopen senior centers over the next 2 weeks, so we're planning for that. That should be welcome news, I think. All the tax offices remain open, and we only had 36 new cases in this last reporting period. Our financial projections remain strong, and as they were, slight adjustments for increased employee health care costs. On the other hand, in the spirit of not knowing what we don't know, Chairman Pitts and I met with a major hospital partner this last week. They've requested financial support for nursing shortages, and I think that is just one example of some of the aftershocks that we'll continue to see and need to be mindful of as we expend these funds that we have responsibility for, as these aftershocks have implications for both us and our partners. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think we have a very condensed review of some of the most important charts and any questions that you may have.
Okay, and Mr. Manager, when we finish here, we need to, I think, talk about that request from the local hospital. I mean,
yes,
the board needs to be aware. I don't think we can do that in the executive session, so we just need to do it here, so they need to be aware.
All right. Matt?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. Want to go ahead and just highlight a couple slides inside the packet. We'll start off on slide 3. Doug, if you just make sure your mic is operational. And we'll just want to touch on a couple things once again to draw highlights to that. Doug, please.
Good morning. As County Manager alluded to, our 7-day averages are now starting to trend downward slightly. And 100% of all new cases are now from the Omicron variant. All samples are coming up as Omicron. 63% of new cases are from the unvaccinated, 92% hospitalizations, and 96% of all new deaths are from unvaccinated populations. Since the last Board of Commissioners meeting, we had another 7 pass last night with COVID complications, so we're up to 45 people since the last Board of Commissions. So people are still perishing with COVID complications, and I think that's important to remember as we move through this. We are still 7.5 times the recommended case average for masking for CDC guidance, and all of our indicators are still red except one is yellow, and that's the deaths. Next, go to next one more. Yes, so this is the CDC guidance that I'm talking about. Over 100 is what we're talking about. We're at 743 as of this morning, and so we're 7.5 times the recommended. So masking is still important according to the CDC guidance, and we're at 15% on the percent positive, so still well above that guideline too. And slide 8, please. We think that's interesting to share every month. I just want to point out a couple things on this slide that in the last 2 months, we've had 1/3 of our total cases for the entire life of the pandemic happen in the last month. What that tells you is how virulent the Omicron variant is and how much it's spread. But you can also see the lagging indicator of deaths is not quite as bad as it's been in the past. And most of those deaths are coming from the unvaccinated population. But because deaths are lower with the higher case range, this is very good proof that vaccines are working. And we're starting to see kind of an uncoupling of this, which is good news. We do still expect to have a high death rate for the month of February based on the total cases that we had in January, though. Next slide. Slide 11. And lastly, the important thing I wanted to talk about, I think we do modeling for the county based on a lot of sources that we get. And so the orange has always been the most probable. Our descent was right on top of the orange, and then on the same day that the schools reopened, we saw a pretty significant spike in cases in Fulton County that kind of took us out of our projection model. But it does look like we're kind of back on the path downward again with cases. So really in a 2-week period, our cases have remained about the same because of that spike. And it does look like we are on the descent one more time.
Thank you, Doug. Next slide, please, slide 12. Just wanted to highlight the fact that if you have not heard yet, FDA has granted full approval to the Moderna vaccine for everyone 18 years and older, So that joins the Pfizer vaccine as well. It also will be marketed under the name of SpikeVax going forward. So you may not always hear the word Moderna, you might hear SpikeVax as we continue to go ahead and discuss that as well. So one of the positive things there, also we wanted to make sure that we tell everyone that incentives are coming back soon. We've been able to go ahead and secure a vendor to help us do electronic forms of incentives so that we'll be able to take advantage of from our mobile resources that are out in the community so they don't actually have cards in their possession while they're out in areas. So we're looking forward to starting that way before we get back with you guys the next BOC meeting. So we're looking forward to that. Next slide, please, slide 13. One of the things we always talk to about is tracking of boosters. If you'll see the last bullet point there, 45% of the eligible population is considered up to date. Since we last spoke to you, the CDC has changed their language when it's speaking of it. They're not really calling it first, second, third dose anymore. It's now up to date, like you would find in other vaccines that you have in your lifetime. They're saying if you're up to date with your vaccine, once again, that would mean that you would have your first 2 doses plus your booster shot is what the terminology that's being leveraged at this particular point. So the good thing, 64% of our population is fully vaccinated. We're getting closer to that 70% mark. But the thing that we continue to ask everyone to amplify and help us with is that boosters. We need to get that number up higher than the 45% number. So only 272,793 citizens in our community has taken advantage of the boosters. We're looking for innovative ways to make sure we can get the message out. Regretfully, run into some hiccups along the way with leveraging the state system. You've heard GRITS before, so it is a system that is being ready to be sunset at the state level and a new system will be coming out. Data mining is becoming very difficult in a program such as that, so we're unable to go ahead and send tickler reminders to folks saying now you're eligible for a booster shot, things along those lines. So we're continuing to look for innovative ways of getting the message out. Next slide, slide 14. Continue to go ahead and report to you that over 80% of the people of color is what our mobile program is continuing to hit as a mark since the inception of our program. The county manager did speak to it in his opening comments. We had 2 great events with Atlanta Public Schools, the basketball events. One was last week Friday at Terrell High School, where we were able to vaccinate 50 individuals. The last one was with South Atlanta High School yesterday with 71 individuals. So that is proving to be a very beneficial program for us, and we'll continue to go ahead and double and triple down on that in the weeks to come. And when we switch to slide 16, you'll see some of the other get vaccinated events that we will have with Atlanta Public Schools in that regard, and we'll continue to go ahead and amplify that message with our partners in external affairs. The last thing I want to touch on is slide 17. We are happy to announce that we will be, within the next week, opening up vaccinations at the Mercedes-Benz testing site. We have worked with Arthur Blank and his business units to be able to allow that. The State Department of Public Health has supported us in that effort. So we will be actually welcoming vaccinations at the testing site as well on a walk-up or drive-up type of a basis. So we're looking forward to reporting to you guys at our next BOC meeting regarding how that has turned out in that particular effort. I'd like to turn it over slide 18 to Dr. Rochelle to see if she'd like to comment on the home testing kit program. Dr. Rochelle?
Good morning. Thank you, Matt. Just a couple of things. Basically wanted to point out that our assumptions have shifted. We do see less acuity as it relates to demand for test kits. Nevertheless, we are still moving forward on a rolling basis with making these test kits available. To date, we have 6,375 test kits. We received another shipment last night. So the rolling basis program, we will provide these test kits first to our CSP partners. When we receive the remaining inventory, we will provide them to libraries across Fulton County and then to Fulton County staff. So just wanted to provide that update to you. The federal program is opened and providing access to ordering for test kits. And we do now know that insurance companies are paying for 8 test kits per month. But nevertheless, we want to provide an additional access point for the community, and so we will continue with the Fulton County program.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Mr. Chairman, we'll open up for comments or questions.
All right, questions. The lineup is as follows. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, and Vice Chair Houseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we were just talking about the test kits, I want to ask a question that has been coming in from small businesses, not only in my district, but across the county. And that is there a plan to distribute COVID test kits to small businesses that do not have the capacity to close or send employees to the pickup locations?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Hall. I will definitely like to get some more information. We had not considered small businesses as an access point, but I do think with all of the challenges to our economy, that is a very interesting suggestion.
Thank you. And then CBS News reported on long COVID, and they said a cause for America's labor shortage is that millions of people have long COVID. And I just want to read the first part of this, and then what I'd like is for either Matt or Dr. Paxton or someone to please speak on long COVID. But it says right here, one of the puzzles of the pandemic economy is the ongoing labor shortage, with business owners struggling to find workers amid the so-called Great Resignation. But new research points to another and more troubling factor that helps explain the nation's shrinking workforce: long COVID. Millions of Americans are struggling with long-term symptoms after contracting COVID-19, with many of them unable to work due to chronic health issues. 1.6 million people are missing from the full-time workforce because of the disease. which can leave people incapacitated for months with persistent symptoms, including fatigue, brain fog, headaches, memory loss, and heart palpitations. So can someone please speak to long COVID? Because I'm also seeing this in social media posts where people are literally taking a picture of themselves lying in their bed and saying they had COVID and then they were well, and then now they're experiencing more symptoms that are coming back that are literally keeping them bedridden.
Commissioner Hall, this is Dr. Paxton. I'm sorry, and what specific aspect of long COVID would you like me to address?
All of it.
All of it, such as the...
What is it?
What is it?
Any information you have on the data about it? Is
Sure.
something that I haven't heard anyone speak on in this forum, and so because it's becoming national news, I would like for you to provide us with the information that you have so that we can have it from our expert, which is you, and even Matt, if you have any information on that.
Sure, yeah. Well, COVID, long COVID, also called long haul COVID and all that, is something that actually has been, we've been aware of really since pretty much the start of the epidemic. Long haul COVID has, a number of definitions, but generally it means the continuation of symptoms beyond the point of time when the infection has been cleared, and usually for more than 6 months or more. And what it is consists of, it can often consist of, it doesn't always necessarily follow a severe case of COVID. It has been documented in people who've had initially mild cases of COVID, and it can encompass a big range of symptoms. So what you might have heard referred to as like brain fog, people, inability to think well. Other neurologic problems, such as, for example, maybe you read about recently, unfortunately, the founder of the Texas Roadhouse chain had long COVID, and he had severe tinnitus, and he just committed suicide because of he was unable to continue dealing with that any longer. It's been linked to clotting disorders, it's been to strokes and to other things. The estimates of how many people go on to develop a long COVID, varies, again, as we learn more. And I've seen things anywhere from usually around, anywhere from 10 to like 40, 35%, of people might go on to over a period of time, might continue to have symptoms over a period of time. Because this is such an important area of research, a number of hospitals, and for example, like at Emory has in the pulmonology clinic, they have a whole clinic devoted to long haul symptoms. The CDC has now a branch that is tasked solely with following reports of long haul COVID, and also keeping up to date with what are some of the projected treatments for this and all that. So it's a very big area of research right now, because we have many people who are experiencing some form of long haul COVID. So that's just a very broad overview.
Thank you. That is disturbing. And what's even more disturbing is that I've seen and heard people say, oh, well, the new Omicron variant is not bad at all. It's just like having the flu. And so you should just go ahead and catch it and get it over with and just treat it like the flu. And when, in fact, based on what you're saying about long COVID, no one should treat this like the flu. Is that correct?
Well, yes, that's true, because also we do need to make a distinction in that if you're fully vaccinated and boosted, if you do come to have a breakthrough infection, you are more likely to experience something that is more like the traditional flu. However, if you are unvaccinated, you are far more likely to end up in our hospitals and to die. And so it's like, no, one should not take this lightly by any means. And again, we don't yet know what the incidence of long haul COVID will be related to Omicron, because Omicron is still relatively new to us. So, I think a lot more will come out of it, but I do think it's a bad idea to go out and try and deliberately get infected, because you are running a risk, particularly if you're unvaccinated.
And the risk is for vaccinated and unvaccinated alike, is that correct?
Well, the risk is less if you are vaccinated. But clearly you are not. It's not a good idea. I'm fully vaccinated, fully boosted, but I am doing everything I can to not get Omicron. And so that is really what that's what I live, and that's what I advise to for people is to still protect yourself from this infection.
Thank you, because many of my constituents who feel they have long COVID are actually vaccinated. And so that was disturbing, and it is growing. So thank you for the information, Dr. Paxton.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the great work that you all are doing. I appreciate it. I know that it's fluid, and I know it can change, but I do see a concerted effort for us to try to get the numbers under control. Just had a few questions as far as our communities of color. Where are we trending? Are we trending a little better? Are we at the same? Can you speak to that for me?
Yes, Commissioner. For our mobile vaccine effort, which was cut back at the beginning of the year as we focus back in on our fixed centers, are still in neighborhoods, and now our partnership with the schools are solely focused on the neighborhoods of need in the neighborhoods of color, obviously. And so we're well over 80% of those that are getting vaccinated. I will say that we did open vaccinations up for no appointments at the last meeting. And the biggest uptick we did see was in the southern part of the county, where people took advantage of that, almost 4 times the number as it was before. So please just keep spreading that word that you can walk up and get the vaccine. And we are starting to pull teams now from our fixed sites and do more mobile locations. We're also, we haven't talked about it yet, but we're also this week going to 4 senior centers to do boosters, all in communities of need. So that is definitely our focus and will continue to be our focus.
Thank you. I know that when we talked before, the not having to have an appointment was one of the greatest things that I'm glad that you all did, because that's one of the concerns that we were hearing over and over again. And I'm glad for you to say publicly that you do see a difference, because I was of the impression that it would make a difference, because people, if they're out and about, if they're doing something and they see that they can go in and do it without appointment, I had a feeling that that would benefit us greatly. So thank you for doing that. I also wanted to see, maybe this is a question for Dr. Paxton, but I've had a couple of seniors to reach out to me, and senior advocates. What are we doing in trying to test for the blind, the COVID testing for the blind? Or do we have something in place for that, for our blind citizens that may need COVID testing?
Yes, I think someone from your office contacted both me and Dr. Holland yesterday, and we did reply to them. Unfortunately, there is no rapid test. All of the rapid tests that are currently available rely on being able to see a visible line on the, to know whether or not you're positive or negative. So as we are not aware of any rapid test that's being developed to be used for people who are non-sighted. What is available now, unfortunately, would then have to sort of rely on, I think, sort of telemedicine. So what I had said, so in terms of if somebody has access to, to a computer or a phone and can have somebody else check it for them, then that's available. There is another thing that is available, a formal program. It's called EMED, which actually I think Patrice Harris, the former Fulton County. Okay, I've been muted, so I guess.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So something came out and said the host muted me. Anyway, I'll just briefly say, the only thing that I'm aware of is that there is a company called Telemed, which does market rapid tests basically for use by people who are traveling and will need to have proof of a negative test before coming back into the United States. That comes with an e-health, a telehealth visit, but they're expensive. It's like $150 for 6 of those. So I think that unfortunately, until we get to the point where industry has developed a test that can be used by somebody who is not cited, I think we're going to have to do workarounds in which somebody could do that, but they'd have to take a picture of it and have somebody who is cited read it, because that's the only way that the tests work. You have to see whether the line is positive or negative.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Paxton. Great work.
If I may, Commissioner, just to dovetail on Dr. Paxton's comments, we also, between the Board of Health team and our team as well, have a very small group of individuals can go to residents if they're homebound. That type of a program can be leveraged for individuals that have these type of disabilities, and we can go ahead and assist them in their residence.
Oh, okay, thank you. If they are non-sighted, but if they're homebound, we can assist them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll follow up with you even more. Thank you for that information as well. And this question may be for you, Dr. Rochelle. I'm having more and more calls from nonprofits and community advocacy associations for the kits, the home test kits. I mean, I know we are going above and beyond what the federal government is doing, but is there a procedure, or do I need to refer them to see if we can assist them? Is there guidance on that?
Thank you for the question. The criteria that we're using right now, we're looking at the zip codes that are associated with low vaccination, high infection rates. I've put together the list of our first wave of those partners. I will be sharing that with each commissioner for your review and any other suggestions.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And County Manager, have we thought, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, because I never put you on the spot, right? Have we thought about maybe somewhere down the road incentivizing boosters? You knew it was coming, right?
I appreciate that question. Actually, I have been an advocate for that, defying the notion that if we were to provide, let's say, $100 incentive, since that's been the level that we've been at, and everyone that needed a booster took a booster, that'd be 30 million. So there is kind of the practical problem financially. Secondly, though, as we continue to think about this, and I think Matt has the chart that shows that 45% or so of the folks that have received the first 2 vaccinations have been boosted. However, we also know that boosters are very important. In fact, we're finding more and more so that they're very important. And that rate of booster shots have somewhat leveled off. So we are still debating internally. So the shorter answer should have just been, yes, we're considering it, but I want to give you an appreciation in the public for what the debate has been about. Financially, could we afford it? Are people generally going to get it anyway without incentives? Are there other areas where getting the first and second shot is where we should be spending our incentive dollars? So all of those are still in the mix, but I would not say definitively that at some point we should not consider that. Hopefully, again, people see the benefit and do want to have the booster since they've already taken the first 2 shots. But yes, but nothing to report today. But glad to have any direction from the board on that subject.
Well, I agree with you, because you've got to look at what our available resources are and what our target plan is but only because I'm noticing I'm getting more and more calls about it. It's almost, and I, for the lack of a better word, it's almost like, well, should I go get the booster now? Or are they going to do an incentive for it? And I know that seems kind of, you know, crazy. You should just go and get the booster. But because I have picked up more calls about it, and thank you for, you know, public and letting the constituents know we're looking at it. We're looking at how feasible it can be. And, you know, it's not a no or yes, but we're trying to see the practicality of it. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Hall, for raising the issue of the long-term effects of COVID. I think you got partially an answer, but my question also is along those lines of, you know, you get it now at this point when we've got so many folks that have taken advantage of vaccinations, and we've, you know, really focused on that, of what do they do when they get it? And I know there's therapeutics that are now available, and we've struggled with getting those here in Fulton County. I don't know if I missed it in your report, but where are we with getting the treatment for folks if they do find themselves in a situation of serious COVID issues?
Dr. Pakshi may be better in tune to that conversation with the State Department of Public Health, if you don't mind.
Sure, I can try and address that. At the moment, unfortunately, because of Omicron, there is only one monoclonal antibody that is currently effective against Omicron, and that's I can never pronounce it right. It's Statewide, I think is what it's called. Unfortunately, that is still in very short supply, and it's not really available. It's available in very small supply to you know, some hospitals and some other places. So that's the other ones that have been used up until now, which people might be familiar with, Regeneron, and then some other ones whose names are very complicated. They're not really effective against Omicron. However, what we do have still available to us is we have that one. So we have that one monoclonal antibody, Statewide, which is, if you're lucky, you can find it. Hopefully, there will be more made available as they're ramping up production. What's still available is remdesivir, which had formerly been used as intravenous treatment for people who were hospitalized, but has recently been expanded the use to people who are maybe not hospitalized, but at high risk of becoming hospitalized. There is now FDA authorization to use it for that purpose. So that is still available. There's been also new research done on that, which shows that it is actually like 87% effective in certain cases. So it's actually a good treatment. In addition, then there have been two oral medications that have been approved by the FDA. One is molnupiravir. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble saying these things. Molnupiravir, and then Paxlovid, both of which are oral medications. And so what they can, so those are also available and can be prescribed. So we have basically around four pre-hospital treatments that can be used.
So you say they're available. Are they readily available?
No, they're not. In terms of, as I was mentioning about the monoclonal antibody, it is not because so not anybody can just walk in and get it. And so there have to be, there's not much available. For the remdesivir, yes, that's really pretty readily available. And I'm not so sure about the Paxlovid and the molnupiravir, about how available it is. I believe it's more available than the Statewide. So that's something that whoever is, if someone's infected, they really do need to speak to their doctors, and who can then help, figure out, how to get it to them.
Okay, I think that's where the disconnect comes in with, I don't know if the doctors are up on the latest and what is available, what they should be doing for their patients. I mean, we all agree that the goal is to keep folks out of the hospital and keeping them, obviously, from the ultimate bad result of death. But just in the last 2 weeks, I mean, I think we all know of people that have got COVID right now. And I haven't heard anybody that's been offered these treatments without having to seriously push for it. And I'm talking elderly, folks in their 80s that, are struggling to find out what to do. So my real question is, what are we doing from the public health perspective to make sure that, A, these things are available to folks that get sick, and that the doctors understand that these options are there for them so that they can hopefully get folks treated effectively, quickly, and keep them out of the hospitals and out of potentially facing these long-term effects.
Yeah, that is the absolute goal. And Sue, what I can speak to is that the Department of Public Health, the Georgia Department of Public Health is really the go-to for this. And what some of the things that they have done is I believe that they have sent letters to the major medical associations, in Georgia about these treatments. I believe that I've seen a number of webinars that they have done, geared at medical professionals to tell them about these treatments. There is also on the Georgia Department of Public Health website, there are instructions, there's a lot of information about what is available and how medical providers can access them. So basically what I would say is that the medical providers should be going to this website and they get a lot of information about how they can obtain these medications for their patients.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that they would welcome this information. I know everybody's stressed to the max here and doing the best they can do. I would just ask that we really focus on pushing this out a little harder. I mean, we are a part of the Georgia Department of Health, as we all know. So, we're all in it together. So that really is my request, to start focusing on how we get the treatments to folks. The magic of cable TV this weekend, I was working on some things and something popped up on C-SPAN, I believe, that was the New York Department of Public Health talking about what folks should do. And they had a ready list of things that they were promoting for people to do that all included the therapeutics. So if they're doing it in New York, I hope that they're not getting stuff we're not getting down here in Georgia. But I think that's really what we need to be pushing for, is the treatment. Like any other disease, you can do everything you can do not to get it, but once you get it, you get treated, right? This should be no different now that these things are available.
Prevention and treatment go hand in hand.
Correct. So that's really the focus of my question on that. But then I've also heard there's a new variant that has been identified in Europe. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, what I've heard about is that it was discussed by the chief epidemiologist for DPH on our last call, and it's a sort of a subvariant of Omicron. And so I think preliminary indications are that although it acts similarly to Omicron, and in terms also of equal susceptibility for the vaccines working equally against that as against others. But again, it's kind of early days, and it's a variant under investigation, which means basically that it's being followed to see how it's going to play out.
Well, if history repeats itself, in a couple of months, we'll be faced with a lot of folks needing testing again. Well, it might be dipping now, it's probably going to come back. So I hope that we're still pursuing getting the kits and everything we can do to be ready for that. And then I have to say, I really enjoy your beach picture that's behind you. I don't know if you can see it, but gives us all hope for the future that maybe we'll all be back laying on the beach one day.
I can certainly hope so. I think that's the court reporter's view. I love it.
All right, other questions or comments? Anything else, gentlemen? Mr. Manager?
No, sir, we didn't plan to go through any of the additional charts.
All right.
So that concludes our report.
Well, would you address the hospitals? I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall?
I'm sorry, you're not going to go through the rest of this?
Unless you have questions, we weren't planning to.
I just have one question
Yes,
that
ma'am.
came to me. This has been a persistent issue, and I just want to ask this publicly so that people can hear the response. Atlanta residents seeking rental relief from the state are being directed by the state's Department of Community Affairs to Fulton County for assistance, residents are being told that Fulton County has received its own pot of money from the state. And they're telling these Atlanta residents to come directly to us, and we know that they really need to go to City of Atlanta. So can you answer this question publicly so they can hear? Can residents who are in need of rental assistance and who live in the City of Atlanta apply for rental assistance through Fulton County with the state funding?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Hall. So residents that live in the City of Atlanta must use the Department of Community Affairs system for rental assistance. The reason for that is that Fulton County did receive its own rental assistance funding. We have expended all of that funding, and we're now expending voluntary reallocated funding. So if you live in the City of Atlanta, you should not register for rental assistance. You should not apply for rental assistance through Fulton County. Your application as a City of Atlanta resident must go through the Department of Community Affairs.
At the state?
At the state level, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
You're
Dr.
welcome.
Rochelle.
All right, Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
That'd be Vice Chair who?
What?
Vice Chair Houseman.
What did I say?
That's Vice Chair Houseman.
Oh, sorry.
Houseman, Vice.
Yeah, one other thing, I see that the mortgage assistance portal is now open. Can someone just briefly tell folks what they need to do? And I'm assuming that we are also advertising this, Ms. Corbett?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, the Department of Community Affairs, the state, is handling the Georgia statewide mortgage assistance program. So any resident that lives in any city, county in Fulton, in Georgia, must use georgiamortgageassistance.ga.gov. Again, that's georgiamortgageassistance.ga.gov. And the Department of External Affairs has been posting information about the opened application and how to apply.
Are we tracking in any way the Fulton County applicants? Are we helping? What are we doing?
So the program opened at the end of January. I have not received any data to date regarding performance and the actual award of applications. I can certainly ask the Department of Community Affairs to provide that information to us so that we will know how many Fulton County residents have been assisted.
And is there a certain amount of money that's allocated for each county, or is it on an as-needed basis when you apply?
To my knowledge, I have not seen any information that the $354 million for the state is allocated in any sort of formula by county or by population.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to, for the sake, because I did just get a text. If you don't mind, Dr. Rochelle, would you explain to our listening audience what that voluntary reallocated means, please? I know what it means, but
Yes,
evidently some
ma'am.
of our people
So Fulton County received a total of $42 million in emergency rental assistance. We've expended every dime of that to the benefit of Fulton County residents. Because of the tremendous job that Fulton County did in administering our program, we approached the state for some of their money. And that process is called a voluntary reallocation. We received $25 million additional dollars for us to make available to Fulton County residents through that process. And as the county manager mentioned in his opening remarks, we have been approached to administer an additional $25 million for a total of $50 million in additional funding on top of the $42 million that we've already administered. So If there are Fulton County residents still needing rental assistance, again, they must live in Fulton County outside of the city of Atlanta. We are still accepting applications through our program, and we encourage them to apply for rental assistance to assist them with their back rent and their back utilities, as well as 3 months of future rent. And we, through the generosity of the Board of Commissioners, have removed our cap. So there is no cap on the amount that we will assist you with to help you get back on your feet and totally clear out your back owed rent.
Thank you for that, Dr. Rochelle. Could you please, for our listening viewers as well, explain if they had already received assistance, whether they would be eligible or not for this round?
So our first priority has always been to assist as many first-time renters as possible. Now that we are likely to receive an additional $25 million on top of the first 25, we will start to review the applications for a second round of assistance.
And finally, Dr. Rochelle, you all are doing a great job, but what I do want to say that I know you all are doing, but also for our listening audience, if someone lives in Atlanta and they perchance get a hold of us, we give them the information of where they need to apply.
Yes, ma'am. So if a resident calls 855-776-7912, that is the Fulton County program. Our operators will direct them to the georgiarentalassistance.ga.gov. Recently, the state added a call center as well, and that number is 833-827-7368. So now you can actually speak to a live person at the state to get your questions answered about the state program.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because I believe there was some misunderstanding for some of the calls that were coming into my office, and they were saying, well, they won't help me, they won't help me. And then when my staff would dig further into it, it wasn't that they couldn't help them, they were in the wrong area, and they were telling them where they needed to go. So I just wanted to just verify, because I know that you all are doing that, but I think sometimes when you are in a desperate situation, you may not hear what the person is saying. And so I know for a fact that you are directing individuals that we can't help because they're in the city of Atlanta, they're in Fulton County, but they're in the city of Atlanta as well. So thank you for verifying that for me.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Arrington?
I know we've done a great job with the rental assistance program, and I was just mentioning to Alton in the back, we did, in particular, I think we did a great job of coordinating our courts around that effort as well.
Yes, sir.
However, we need to duplicate that with mortgage assistance. There are people whose homes are being foreclosed on every day. And so we need to loop in our courts to make sure that we can make sure that people have access or are referred to this $354 million that's available to prevent people from being foreclosed on. And so if we can duplicate the effort that we've already done on the rental side with the mortgage side, that would be great.
Thank you for that suggestion, Commissioner Arrington. I will reach out to the state to determine how we can partner on an effort such as that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and certainly to our courts as well. I mean, I think
Yes.
I think you know the chief judges can just issue an order and make that available for people. It may be a shorter route. Also, I wanted to make sure that people know that the mortgage assistance does pay for utilities and HOA and condo fees. Because I think that's very important. A lot of people are facing this stuff just because they can't pay their HOA or condo dues. So They probably, some of them were able to pay their mortgage, but were not able to pay the extra dues. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Morris.
Just a real quick comment on the fact that we can't help folks in Atlanta on the rental assistance. I'm wondering if there might come a time, and which would have to be soon, I guess, because we've done such a great job, and maybe we do a better job than the state would for those folks in Atlanta, whether the state might give us some money to help those folks in Atlanta and Fulton County. Has that discussion ever even been alluded to in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir. When we've had conversations with the state, the funding now up to $50 million is specifically earmarked for Fulton County residents, but I understand your thinking here is that if we could receive an allocation, that would be earmarked for City of Atlanta, and
Yeah.
we've not had that conversation.
I know the need is great in the city of Atlanta. There's such an incredible level of poverty inside the city that I know that there are lots of folks who are really struggling with paying their rent in the city of Atlanta. And again, if we, and it's hard to say to the state, give us some money to deal with Atlanta because we can do it better than you. The state can, so that's a difficult discussion. But anyway, if it comes up, I think that would be neat. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of Commissioner Morris, I mean, I understand from our original direct allocation that we were only servicing Fulton County outside of Atlanta. But now that we've gotten funds directly from the state, and if anyone living in Atlanta had gone directly to the state, they would have been eligible for this. So frankly, in my mind, any of this 25 or 50 million that we're getting from the state should be available not only to anyone in Fulton County, because now it's not money that was specifically targeted for Fulton. This is money from the state that frankly should be available for anyone in the state.
Commissioner Arrington, thank you for making a finer point of Commissioner Morris's suggestion. And I will certainly bring this to the attention of Commissioner Dunn and ask if we can simply start to include those residents. We clearly know who they are through the application process. That's how we're able to screen them out. It should be a very simple matter to screen them in, and I will follow up on that and get back to the board.
Thank you. And then do we know, has Atlanta exhausted all of their funds? Have they asked for additional reallocation?
There were approximately 6 jurisdictions that requested additional funds, and Atlanta was not one of them.
So then certainly I think we need to make it available. Maybe we need to ask for another 50 if we're going to include the city of Atlanta in what we're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ellis.
My question was, the city of, just to clarify, the city of Atlanta got their own direct allocation.
Yes, sir.
And both citizens from Fulton County and citizens of Atlanta can apply to the state system as well, right?
That's
So
right.
it's the same process.
Yes.
The difference is, for whatever reason, we seem to be getting our funds out more quickly than the city of Atlanta does.
That's correct.
Right, so people have access, I guess if we're gonna get into this, then, well, we should really be asking the question of how much funds will remain in the city of Atlanta's allocation, right? And if there is substantive funding there, then they need to be encouraged to get that out quicker, and maybe we could provide them with a little bit of guidance on what we're doing. It might be a little bit different, so.
So let me just make one quick statement here. So when we expended all of the 42 million that we had, I called the governor and asked him, because I knew that the state was sitting on a ton of money and it was going to have to be returned to the federal government if they did not use that money. So I asked the governor if we could have an additional 25 million of that state money. And it went through a process, their internal process, and it had to be approved by Treasury as well. So in the final analysis, he honored my request, and we got to 25. So in addition to the 25, what you're hearing now, there may be another 25, but my specific request to him was for citizens of Fulton County outside of the city of Atlanta. Now, you make a good point, and we can go back and clarify that, but the original was simply for residents of Atlanta, strike that Fulton County outside of the city of Atlanta, and he honored our request.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Manager, would you address the hospital situation? This is.
Yes, sir. I guess a little bit of background. Nationwide, I think we're all aware of the nursing shortage, and that's become much more of an acute problem during the pandemic. Contract services with traveling nurses at rates of pay of $100 per hour to the nurse and $200 an hour charged to the hospital are now fairly commonplace. Federal and state support, both in the CARES Act and in ARPA, have helped offset that impact heretofore. But however, the Grady Hospital CEO and chairman made the chairman and I aware of their near-term issues. Annual estimates as they look forward are 60 to 80 million to maintain the contracts that they have, as well as raise rates of pay of internal staff. I'm not sure that any issue, and we expressed this in the call, should be annualized at this point in the pandemic. In other words, it's defied all projections thus far, so I'm not sure taking a current problem and annualizing it for 12 months is really the way to define what the issue is. But that being said, I think we should look to Grady to more closely define what the problem is. I'd say 3 months at the max. Also, what are their contingency plans if no funds are available, no incremental funds, either from the state, which was funding this effort and now has ceased funding it, or from Fulton and DeKalb counties or other counties, because they serve not only our two counties, but also citizens around the state. Last, I think approaching the state together collectively, and the chairman and CEO discussed this, for additional support is a logical next step once the problem's perhaps a little bit more tightly defined. And I think collectively, meaning us and any of our hospital partners, but obviously Grady most specifically, need to think through, what are the longer term impacts to the overall cost structure if we try to address a near-term labor market anomaly. In other words, if you raise the rate of pay for nurses across the board, which may sound like the immediate step to take, it has almost inevitably a ripple effect across the entire cost structure of hospitals, because that compression in wages between nurses and doctors and other staff will not be maintained. It will increase other costs. So that's a whole nother discussion. But I think, Mr. Chairman, that probably is the best summary of what we know at this point, and we would have, after discussion with this board, a follow-up call with our partners at Grady.
Okay, and our share of that, whether it's 60 or 80, would be 2/3, correct?
I think the percentages quoted on the call were 55 and 45 between us and DeKalb, but it's somewhere in that neighborhood of 55 to 63 or so, unless I'm wrong, Sharon.
Well, that's looming, so it's a serious issue, and it has a significant price tag to it, so we just need to be aware. All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, and followed by Vice Chair, I want to say Hall again, Houseman.
County Manager, and because it just popped in my mind, and I want to just ask you, you don't have to go into it right now, but I do want to put it on your radar. In my talks with Mayor Bodie and Mayor Reed, we're still having the conversation around the issue with the ambulance. So I don't know, I don't want to convolute what you're doing, but I do want to bring to your attention that that is a real concern that they are continually bringing to me. And whatever we can do to see how we can address it, improve it, I am open to that. but I just wanted to bring it to your attention. The ambulance service in my district, there are concerns that continually mayors in my district that I represent are bringing back to me. And I just thought, since we are having the conversation by Grady, it'd be a good thing to bring it to your attention. Don't want to convolute it because I see what you're doing, but do want to put it on your radar. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, with regard to the Grady problem, which obviously is serious and likely just to continue to add up. If it's 60 million today, no telling how high it can go if this continues. One of the things, though, that you mentioned struck me. You said the state was funding this and now they are not. When was that changed to them supporting this, to this current situation?
We don't have all of the details on that. Just from their conversation, they were funding this difference both. They received directly dollars from CARES, Grady did, and then the state funded some from ARPA, but I think this funding ceased close to the end of the year, Sharon. I think that's what we were told.
So in the period of 1 month, it's already at $60 million?
Now, let me explain that better. What they've, and which is really my fundamental point, they've taken a near-term problem and annualized it as if it's not going to change over the next 12 months to come up with a number of 60 to 80. And I think that fundamentally is something that doesn't really pass scrutiny in this environment where almost nothing is a linear projection given the pandemic and the labor market and everything else that would go into this.
Well, obviously, public hospital is different than private hospitals. And I don't know how the state is funded either or both over the course of this, but I think it's time for us to now sit down with the state and just find out really where they are and, if there might be some adjustment to what they're currently funding before we make any decisions on what we actually should or shouldn't do. Because we didn't create this. We all know it's going on, with the traveling nurses and how expensive that is. But, I think we've got a part of the information here, not maybe the whole story.
Yes, ma'am, and that was the logical next step, the one that you suggested.
Well, keep us posted. Let us know how we can help.
All right, any other comments this time? Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir, that concludes our report.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, 22-0093, purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions? I'm sorry. Commissioner Hall.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me pull this out. I'm looking at page 1 of the procurements, and my first question is about the rental of the 40-foot refrigerated trailers for the medical examiner's office for 3 months. The last time we did that, it was because we had so many deaths from COVID, and so it caught my attention, and I want to know what has caused the need of this rental for the 40-foot refrigerated trailers, because I'm hoping that you're not going to tell me that that's what it is. That is what it is.
No, Commissioner Hall, if I can address that.
Please, thank you, Alton.
The initial request, we actually had 2 trailers that we had requested, and it's because of the volumes that the medical examiner is dealing with. Some of it is due to COVID. A large number, though, the vast majority of it is due to increases in homicides, suicides, and other causes. And so while COVID is a part of that, and you could argue, right, that COVID has also caused some of those other things, but it's not driven by individuals who have passed away because of COVID.
So that says a lot. Homicides and suicides, it just lets me know that our services are really needed across the board to address crime as it relates to homicides and to address mental health as it relates to suicide. So I hope that we're all paying attention to this and really trying to focus on helping in those areas. Thank you, Alton.
Sure. We've also had an impact because of an increase in drug overdoses as well. So all of those have contributed to a significant increase in the number of autopsies and the like that have to be addressed by our medical examiner.
Thank you for that. It's really sad. So the next one is for CORE, and I thought I had seen before, most recently, that we extended the contract to provide some of these things, the mobile vaccine units and warehouse support and everything. So what time period is this for, this particular one?
Commissioner, let me look that up really quickly. I think it's from January through, let me look that up. To be sure before I
Okay,
respond
Felicia,
to
no
that.
problem. And how many extensions have we approved and the total amount to date? So all three of those questions.
Okay, I can provide you with that.
Thank you. And on page 2, at the top of page 2, it says advanced payment of $11.25 million for rental assistance program until funds are received from the U.S. Treasury. And it says the source of this 11.25 is ERP. So we already have the 11.25 in ERP to advance the payment until the funds are received from the U.S. Treasury.
Commissioner Hall, we are using essentially our concentrated cash in order to go ahead and continue the program until we receive the funds from Treasury. We're treating it very much like we would treat any other federal grant that's a reimbursement-based grant.
Okay, so that's our funding that's in the source of ERP funds?
Yes.
Because that's what it says right here.
Yes, ma'am. We've advanced those funds pending receipt from the federal government, from Treasury, of that $25 million reallocation.
Okay, so once you get the 11.25 million, you're going to put it in ERP and then take our funds back? Or you're going
Yes,
to,
ma'am.
you're going to repay us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
great. And then if you move down to the bottom where it says other emergency procurements, the purchasing order, it says that to provide purchasing system coordinator technical assistance. And I'm glad to see that, but there was no information on exactly what is that.
Commissioner, one of our positions, the purchasing system coordinator, has been vacant since that person retired a year and a half ago. We have advertised it 5 times with no takers. So the person that was the retiree offered to help us because we were woefully behind in a lot of our systems updates. There's a lot of document systems that we have to keep updated, and that person was that person. IT tried to assist us in getting that position filled. We have had no luck with that. So we had to bring that person back to help us get some reports that we are required to do by the state and other things done.
That is outstanding. Please tell that retiree, thank you so much for coming back.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0094, External Affairs, request approval of the certified 2022 redistricting map for Fulton County Board of Commissioners.
What? Didn't we approve this at the last meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I just want, actually today we're not requesting action. We do want to provide you a very brief update on the redistricting process. At your last meeting on January 19th, you recommended a map that was forwarded to the reapportionment office the next day. And had that map been adopted in whole under a process that was passed by the General Assembly under SB 177 in 2019, it would have come back to the Board of Commissioners for further adoption. And that is why we placed this item on the agenda today. Excuse me. However, had questions about compactness of some of the districts. As a result of that conversation with the reapportionment office, and at their the advice that they gave us, that it would be more expeditious for them to create a map that addressed those issues. It then became a state map that the reapportionment office had created. And that is what I circulated to the board on Monday. So at this point, the board no longer needs to take additional action to adopt a map. And we circulated the last map that we received to all of you on Monday for your review. This morning, I've also provided to you an additional map that has been introduced by Senator Albers with legislation that we understand is dropping today. We have reviewed those maps. We've asked for them for staff to develop an overlay that will compare the two maps, the one we sent you on Monday with the one today. With the naked eye, they appear to be almost identical with some very, very minor changes. So we will continue to keep you posted, but at this time we have confirmed with the reapportionment office directly, as well as with Representative Dreyer, who had offered to introduce the legislation, that no further vote is needed because the state has created a map based on the map that we provided to them.
So because in the final analysis, the state is the final arbiter of this, no matter what we do. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
So you're suggesting this shouldn't be on the agenda, we need to take no action?
No action is needed today.
All right, we got a lineup here. Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Arrington, and Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yeah, I got in the queue mainly to ask about Senator Albers' map and what that did. But I gather that they'll decide which of those, or maybe another one yet, and we'll pass it. And we won't, you're not only saying we don't take any action today, you're suggesting we're not going to take any action, period.
I think that as individual commissioners, if you have specific precincts or things that you want to advocate for, then the legislators have signaled their openness to talking with the board about any, I know that Representative Dreyer told me he had talked with some folks. I'm assuming Senator Albers may have talked with some folks to adopt the map. I hope that's clear.
So the six of us can go down there individually and see about tweaking some of the lines. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that appears to be what, that they have been very open to receiving input.
Okay,
Yes, Commissioner.
thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I spoke with David Dreyer this morning, and I think he invited us to make changes, but I think he said tomorrow is their last day. They have to get it in. To the extent that there are changes that we want made, either, I guess there are two of them now from the two state maps, then we would just have to look at it and see if there are any changes that we want to make or allow, and let them know pretty soon, by tomorrow, no later than tomorrow.
So when you say we, you talking about the board or individually?
I guess individually, because it'd be too hard for us, to make that decision here now or today.
And just to amplify one thing that Commissioner Arrington just said, Representative Tankersley, who's been taking a leadership position in this specific process, did advise yesterday that the deadline for all of the legislation to be introduced is February 7th. Again, Senator Albers introduced a bill today, and Representative Dreyer let us know that he also had planned to introduce legislation as soon as this week. So that's what we heard as well, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I would be remiss if I said that I was not at all happy about this process. I understand things do happen. However, at some point, we did not do what we were supposed to do. I had a briefing in November, and no one else talked to me after that. My understanding, Lee Morris and I had the most increase. So I can't speak for my colleague here as to if he had some interaction, but there was no interaction after I was led to believe that there would be, for one. For two, we did an illegal action. We voted on a map before we got technical review. Now, Fulton County is a big county, and it is incumbent on us as elected officials to have the forethought to do what we need to do to make the decisions that we need to make before the state makes it for us. Now, that's not to say that we are adversarial with the state. What that is to say to the listening audience who has repeatedly called me because of the confusion and the lack of interaction between me and your office, I was not given the information correctly. I was not allowed to engage and thank the county manager. When I did reach out to him, he said based on the sensitivity of it, that he would stay clear. Now, I appreciate him staying clear. The problem that I have is Fulton County has SB 202 crawling down our necks. And to me, why didn't we do a better job? Why didn't we follow the rules? Why didn't we engage the public like we should have? We didn't do it because this sitting commissioner of District 6 wasn't engaged. And I'm here openly saying we do a disservice to 100 and something thousand voters in my district when you don't engage the sitting commissioner. Now, I'm not trying to throw anybody on the bus because I know this is a political year and people are up for election. And people have a tendency to politicize stuff that they shouldn't. But this is Fulton County Board of Commissioners. This is not belonging to any one commissioner. This is belonging to the taxpaying citizens. And we have did a disservice in not getting the information, or more importantly, engaging the state in time enough so we would follow the rules and we would have say-so on our own map. There was a process in place, we did not follow it. So it is imperative that I say that the technology that the state has, they offered it to us. They even said if I needed to come down there and look at the technology, the maps or whatever, I don't understand why a meeting, one meeting that took place in November, another meeting didn't take place at all, and I could not get any concrete information to tell my constituents. Fulton County gets an F on this redistricting map, and the responsibility that we were supposed to do, and with SB 202 breathing down our neck, we got to do better. Thank you.
Vice Chair Housen.
Yes, thank you. Having been through this several times in my career, the bottom line is what we did was a recommendation.
That's correct.
And the state has the authority and the power and the ability to take it or leave it or change it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I just want to remind those of you that weren't here 10 years ago when we went through this, that this body recommended a commission map that had 5 districts and 2 at-large positions, and what was approved was 6 districts and 1 at-large position, which is the chairman. So if you want to talk about not, following the recommendation, there's one of the biggest examples that I have to offer. That being said, you said 1 map has been introduced.
one map has been introduced today that, or we are told it is being introduced, Senator Albert's map. And Representative Dreyer, who has been working with us throughout this, was involved in the map that we circulated to all of you on Monday, indicated he wanted to get any feedback by tomorrow if possible, so that he can also introduce.
All right, well, they're different. They're not, they're similar but different.
They're similar but different, yes, ma'am. And again, we have asked staff to provide an overlay, and we have circulated the maps to all of you, so you should have it in your inbox now, once we received it this morning. So we have not talked to Representative Dreyer today. I have not spoken with him today to see if his plans have changed. I don't know that they have, but.
Okay. And again, we're just really at the mercy of what they do down the street at this point. So at this point, one's been introduced as a general bill, I believe.
That is what we have been told. We have not seen it ourselves. We've
Okay.
asked the lobbying team to help us track it down.
All right, and so what's yet to be determined is if a second bill would be dropped, but then if it is, it's up to them to conference and agree on one that would go forward. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Houseman, you're absolutely correct, because going back the last time we went through this, if you recall, there were two at-large positions that were called District 1, which was the chairman's position, District 2, which was my position, and they cut it out altogether and created 5 districts. So that's how this came about. So let's be real clear about the history of this, yeah. And then also, that's correct, at the same time, we're talking about politics, there were some upset folk with then Commissioner Edwards and then Commissioner Darnell, and they drew the line so that they would be in the same district. In fact, it just got a little bit of her backyard so that they would be in the same district. So this is just hardball politics. I think our heart's in the right place, but I've been a victim of this myself.
Thank you.
And thank you for that history lesson. I would just say also that is the point when I officially became number one.
That's true. That's true.
I thought I was having a Tom Lowe flashback there, Chairman Pitts.
Yeah, Commissioner Abdul
history lesson.
Yes, Chairman. I didn't have the luxury of being here 10 years ago, so I can't speak to 10 years. I can only speak to me and my interaction. And either we're going to be a part of the problem or we're going to be part of the solution. Now, people can pivot and they can put the state versus the county versus the state. They can politicize it for whatever reason. But at the end of the day, as a sitting commissioner here, I think it would behoove all of us to make sure the information is given out correctly. I still have constituents right now, as of today, asking me for a map. And so what do I tell my constituent? And so what I'm saying is, if we are not open enough to recognize the mistakes that we made, that this process couldn't have went a little better, then we're not being true to what we're supposed to do, which is serving the tax-paying citizens. It's easy to sit up here and say stuff was politicized. It was easy to sit up here and say that's part of it. But when you're the one politicizing, it's easy for you to say that. What I'm saying is to the listening audience, because at the end of the day, we have a duty to make sure that we meet timelines. The state was very clear on what needed to happen. They were very clear on what we needed to do. And we dropped the ball, simply put. And so I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. But if this is any indication of how we're going to handle SB 202, Lord help us. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I need some clarity because there's a lot being said. And I don't see any politicization of any of this. If I did, believe me, there would be an outcry. I know from what Commissioner Abdul Rahman said at our Fulton delegation Zoom that she saw maps in November that drew her into my district. Well, I didn't see that map, and nobody met with me in November to show me that map. So I don't know about the process being. I thought that makes Commissioner Abdul Rahman part of the process, but then that makes it look like I wasn't. So as far as I know, everyone saw these maps and started drawing in January. And what I see right here, based on what Jessica just mentioned to all of us, I know Jessica sent this morning, I think around 11 o'clock, so we were all already here in the BOC meeting. But what is here is actually what she stated, a first map and a second map. And from what I can tell by the second map, there are no changes to what was originally approved by this full Board of Commissioners. And I'll repeat, the map that was sent over by Fulton County Board of Commissioners was approved by the full Board of Commissioners. We had commissioners that sent emails out requesting that their constituents come and support certain maps, and that took place. We had people come out on their own and let us know which maps they wanted, and by consensus, it was map A out of the 3 maps that all commissioners received. So my first question is, did we not follow the process, Jessica?
Commissioner Hall, I believe that we did follow the process, and I believe that we received input from each member of the board. I'm sorry, always sorry if someone does not feel that they had as much opportunity to give information. And, you know, we're believers in continuous process improvement. After the board vote, we viewed that vote as a recommendation to the reapportionment office. We provided the files the next day. We received feedback on January 28th with a few technical modifications. I have communicated those to the board. They provided us with maps on Monday. I've provided those to the board, and we received an additional map today, and we've provided that to the board. So I'm, again, always open to feedback and process improvement, but I believe we have followed the process. We have been in continuous communication with the county attorney's office, with ACCG, and with the reapportionment office.
All right, and based on the last map that which we're calling the second state map, based on that map, did you see any changes from the map that we approved as a full board?
Commissioner Hall, the maps that we circulated on Monday were slightly different than the map that we provided to the state. They did address population differential was the largest area of difference, where our map had about a 5% differential between the largest and smallest districts. They reduced that to less than 1%. So there were some changes in boundary lines from the map we said, the recommended map to the map that we circulated to you all on Monday. But again, at this point, they have recreated the map with the map we submitted as a basis, and it is now a state map. And then the map that we saw today, it appears that there may be a slight boundary line between districts 1 and 2, but I do not have the overlay yet to review that more carefully. As soon as we do, we will circulate that to all of you.
And I do see what you're speaking about when you talk about the population summary, because there is a spreadsheet that was attached that shows, and looking at the population numbers across the districts, it looks a little more uniform. So I do see that. But the very last map that you sent, looking at it, the changes must have been so slight that it almost looks exactly the same as the map that we all approved. So thank you for all this information. You're doing a wonderful job.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Jessica,
Yes, ma'am.
the map that was sent over, did it need changes because we did not have a commissioner's correct address?
The map that was recommended that we provided on the 20th had correct, actually did not, it was based on correct addresses. That is true. What we learned when we received feedback on Monday and Representative Dreyer asked us to verify again the commissioner's addresses. We had on file an old address for one commissioner that did not carry over from the map that we submitted on the 20th to the map on the on the 31st. We corrected that and we provided an update at the end of the day on Monday, or we provided it to you on Tuesday morning.
So there was a correction that was made to the map in order to accommodate the address that the county had in their system, but it was the incorrect address.
That's
And
right.
so it being an incorrect address, it would not have been able to go further in the process because it had a commissioner's address incorrectly in there.
It was provided to us as a draft, and we reviewed it again. We circulated it to all of you for feedback. We received that feedback, and they provided an updated draft.
And so it was corrected. It had
It
to be
was
corrected.
corrected, yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
I just want to mention that map is still in draft form and is, as Commissioner Arrington mentioned, Representative Dreyer has asked for feedback.
Are we subject to technical review?
That is the process, correct. So when we submitted the recommended map on January 20th, that began the technical review process. When the state came back last Friday, they provided, told us they had identified a few issues. Those were uniformity in population, the population differential, compactness, and split precincts. We asked them to correct it, and so that they have conducted a technical review, and they have created a map as part of that process.
Okay, let me ask you this, because I don't want to assume that you know the code, but are we to receive a certified map?
I would like to, I asked that question directly of the reapportionment office, and according to the director of the reapportionment office, if the board decides to move forward with the draft I sent that includes the technical adjustments, I do not provide a certification since that is a map I drew for the county. So the answer to that would be no, that there will not be a certification process because the maps that we have seen this week have all been drawn by the reapportionment office with our map as a basis.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Are we supposed to get the technical review before or after the vote? Because I'm getting, I guess, conflicting information for you, and I want to make sure if I'm confused, then I know the listening audience is confused.
The vote that the Board of Commissioners took on January 19th was to recommend a map for technical review by the reapportionment office. So there are hundreds, if not thousands, of possible scenarios. We asked the board to take a vote on a scenario that would allow us to then seek the technical review that has landed us where we are today. So that was the vote that occurred on January 19th.
And so we don't have to have a technical review if the reapportionment office does the map.
Correct. They did a technical review of the map that we created and provided to them, and then they took that map and created a state map based with our map as a basis.
Okay. still a little confused because what I'm getting from you is if we create the map, then it requires technical review.
That's right.
If they create the map, then it doesn't require technical review.
That is exactly right.
And so the very first map that we sent to them, that we took a vote on, we created that map.
That's right. And it was a recommendation to the state apportionment office. If they had adopted it without change, then it would have required certification, but they did not. And instead, they created a adjusted map with our map as a basis.
So the map that we unanimously voted on,
Yes, ma'am.
that we created,
That's correct.
had we received a technical review before we voted on that map? Yes or no?
No, because
Okay.
it was a recommendation to the reapportionment office for technical review.
Well, see, that's you're confusing me now because you said that if we created the map, then we would be required to have a technical review.
Right.
But if they created the map, it wouldn't be required of a technical
true.
review. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I mean, ultimately, redistricting is kind of, I guess, in some ways, the ultimate turf war, and it certainly involves a lot of sausage making, is what we've heard from a lot of different bodies. But I think the fact that there was definitely a process followed, and that we approved a map 7-0 that we had public comment on, we had folks come down and speak on, and then if you look at the two alternatives that are being discussed at the state level that we've seen, while they're different than what we submitted, they generally do respect kind of the concepts of what we put forward and voted on. So I think that, you know, despite certainly all our different viewpoints probably on the way that the map should look, the fact that we were able to reach some level of general consensus on this and pass it over, and then now that the two things that they are looking at are generally follow, you know, respect, you know, kind of what we provided, you know, is a good testament to the process that we followed. So, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Corbett, your suggestion is that we take no action on this, what's before us?
No action is required, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. We wanted to provide you with an update and again, let you know about the bills that are pending.
All right, then without objection, we will file this piece of legislation. File,
Thank you very
F-I-L-E,
much.
file. That goes in the trash can, all right? Madam Clerk?
Bottom of page 5, 22-0095, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of statewide contracts to provide fuel card management services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 6, Commissioners' action items, 22-0096, discussion and request approval of a resolution approving updates to the Fulton County's sustainability plan and goals for the purpose of accelerating the path towards increased sustainability by 2030 in Fulton County and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Where's Mr. Trachtenberg? Come on down. So hopefully y'all have had a chance to review what was sent to you, but if not, we can take time, but just give us your presentation today and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. I'm Alex Trachtenberg. I am the Energy and Sustainability Manager in the Sustainability Division in DREAM. I started with Fulton County in middle of May of 2021. So I've been on the job for less than a year. As you may know, we adopted our first Sustainability and Resilience Plan in April of 2019, I believe. We've made some good progress. We certainly have a good ways to go, but I think there's a lot more opportunity for us to go deeper. I've had some good discussions with the chairman, and I'd like to share a bit of an update and overview of what our current goals and targets are in our plan, and what are some proposed updates for us to go deeper, increase our impact, and benefits to the environment and the community. So as I mentioned, the chairman and I have had some good discussions. You know, there's more we can do. There's certainly more partnership we can do with the other municipalities across the county. There's a lot of leadership being demonstrated by the federal administration in this space, and the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So there is going to be some funding coming down with a variety of different programs that can support our goals. While it's a good plan, there's some areas that could be improved and clarified with a little bit more specificity around the metrics, the indicators, and the strategies and initiatives that we might pursue, and what's really going to give us the best benefits. And again, we've made some progress, so there are some opportunities to go deeper and increase impact. Next slide, please. So this is our first priority area. It is titled Sustainability as Climate Change Mitigation. So this is about reducing our emissions, being more efficient with our energy, utilizing renewable energy like solar, for example. So the original target was 20% reduction of our energy usage. On the renewable energy side, we want to do a pilot project. We have done that. That's at Cleveland Avenue Library. We've actually gone beyond that. You may recall an agreement we have with a vendor for a solar energy procurement agreement, or a SEPA. So we pay no upfront capital investment. We pay for solar energy that's produced on the rooftops or on the properties of our facilities and our assets at a reduced, competitive, and reliable rate. And we're getting clean energy, not fossil fuel generated energy that is dirty, pollutes our environment and communities. Some opportunities that we could have to better achieve these goals, or where we've made some progress, we could do an energy savings performance contract that's based on savings. So it's guaranteed against your performance based upon savings you achieve from energy or water efficiency projects and improvements. We've already gotten some good rebates from the Georgia Power Commercial Energy Efficiency Program. You may recall the Justice Center, we received almost $200,000 back for energy efficiency improvements there. We have some other applications already pre-approved by Georgia Power at the Justice Center and the Government Center as a part of the Downtown Redevelopment Bond. Mentioned the Solar Energy Procurement Agreement. We'll have about 600 kilowatts plus the Cleveland Avenue installation that we own, whereas these other ones are financed, essentially. About 600 kilowatts, if you will. And we're working on a resilience subs project as well to improve and enhance community resiliency to shocks and stressors, emergencies and disruptions, and to provide more resources around sustainability and resiliency to neighborhoods. So our first one is going to be at Metropolitan Branch Library. We're actually doing a smart thermostat distribution event this afternoon. Next slide. Next one is sustainability, social equity, and smart transit. There's a lot here underneath this priority area too. A lot of it's around transitioning fleets to alternative fuel vehicles. The initial goal was 20% of fleet mileage. The proposed update is 25% and focusing on light-duty administrative vehicles, so not heavy-duty fleets, and transitioning to electric vehicles, plug-in hybrids, et cetera. That's something that's already happening across the manufacturing world, of course, as you all have probably seen. Also with our employees and people that come to our facilities and our buildings, we want to increase the percentage of employees who are commuting via sustainable modes such as cycling, biking, transit, et cetera. Teleworking can be included as that. We've certainly increased that by circumstance, but something I think we can continue to do, moving that up to 50% by 2030. And all of these are by 2030. Working with our partners in municipalities, there's a lot of last mile connectivity issues, such that when you get off a MARTA transit stop, it's not necessarily an accommodating or safe or easy transition to get from the station to work, to school, et cetera. So looking at what we can do with improvements there with our municipalities. Next slide, please. This one is around urban agriculture and healthy and local food. You may recall that an urban agriculture resolution was adopted this year by the board, number 21-0779. The update is essentially the same, but just to have a bit more alignment with the adopted resolution and the progress that has been made with that policy. But essentially, we want to have affordable, healthy, local food within 5 miles of every resident. That can be gardens, markets, all kinds of different opportunities there. Next slide, please. So some of the ways that we can achieve these goals and targets. There's a statewide contract. It currently doesn't have a lot of electric vehicle offerings, but I'm understanding that that's going to be updated, considering where the industry is going. We need charging stations as well, right, to charge up those electric vehicles. There's some utility programs like through Georgia Power and their Make Ready program. There's going to be a lot of funding coming down from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for EVs. And we're actually working to install our first public EV charging facilities at Metropolitan Branch Library. We currently do not really have any. We have a couple in the garage, but we don't really have public facilities for electric vehicle charging. Transportation funding investments, some that we already do, T-SPLOS, Transportation Improvement Program with the ARC, the Atlanta Regional Commission. A partnership could be developed to offer employee and community bike share and car sharing opportunities as well. And again, expanding our community gardens, farmers markets, and market stands through our partnerships with the UGA Cooperative Extension, other local farmers and gardeners, et cetera. Next slide, please. This is about high-performance county buildings. So this is where waste diversion comes up, as well as reducing our water consumption. So our current target is 20% waste diversion by 2025, having a composting pilot and a single-use plastics policy. We have done a composting pilot in DREAM. We do have the single-use plastics policy as well. And we want to up the waste diversion to 50% waste diversion by 2030. Really establish our commitment to construction and demolition waste as we renovate, rehab, or build new facilities, such that those materials from that process are diverted and reused for other purposes, and don't just go to the landfill. And also looking at our custodial, hospitality, and office supplies, and looking for sustainable and environmentally responsible products. On the water side, the increase is to go up 10% from 20% by 2030. Next slide, please. Some ways we can do this: a sustainable purchasing policy or environmentally preferable purchasing policy. We have some elements of this that I know that purchasing already uses in contracting, but to have a more comprehensive policy. Recycling supplies and education, we have some of that, but we can certainly make improvements at our facilities and our offices and make sure that all of our folks and our visitors have the right bins and have the know-how of what is and isn't recyclable. Looking at actually doing some composting service at our facilities that have a high amount of food service or food waste, like the jail or multipurpose senior centers, and a lot of people eat lunch here at the government center too. Looking for water sense labeled products. Those are very water efficient products, fixtures. Again, resilience hubs comes in play in this space. And looking at what we're doing with our landscaping and our water use on site. And the city has a great program that we're looking to enroll in as well, diverted water meter program, where we take the water that would go down the drain, we channel it to other purposes, like for cooling tower makeup, for example, to reduce how much water we're actually consuming. So a reuse initiative, and we get a bill credit for that too, if we're enrolled. Next slide, please. So education outreach and green jobs training is really critical and important. We certainly have to support our citizens and our constituents and make sure that they're a part of this clean and green energy economy. And there's a lot more that we can do here, looking to partner with WorkSource, Fulton, and other training providers to actually establish a green workforce development training and job placement program. We don't currently have one. We have trained some people in a program called G-Pro with one of our consultants, but this would actually look to establish a program in partnership with WorkSource and others, and have some ideas around targets: 100 people per year at least, 75% in living wage jobs by 2030, 100 each year at a minimum. Next slide. Partnerships are also critical to this. We certainly can't do this alone. We got to look to our other 15 municipalities across the county, our many great nonprofits and NGOs, and just community members and residents that have a lot of know-how, have their own ideas, and look to bring these groups together to collaborate and think through what are really the best strategies and initiatives that we can do as Fulton County, thinking about the municipalities involved with that, the board, of course, all the departments, our Fulton County Citizens Commission on the Environment, and other community members, and looking at reconstituting our internal quote-unquote green team with representation from the relevant departments. I think one more. All right, and we certainly can't do this without investment. There's a lot of good cost benefit to all of this. A lot of these have immediate returns, certainly less than 5-year paybacks, and good returns on investment. Some might be a little bit longer, but it depends on how you look at it. If you look at it from a life cycle perspective versus a first upfront cost perspective, the numbers in the evaluation gets a lot more competitive for sure. We don't have a lot of funding currently allocated to our division by the county, but are hoping to increase that, hoping to get more grants as well and different resources, and look at creative opportunities to utilize the savings that we're realizing for additional investment. That could be something like a green revolving loan fund, such that if we say we get a $75,000 check back from Georgia Power, we put that into a fund. We use that fund to do more projects for energy, water efficiency, sustainability, training, what have you. And I think that is it.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
10 minutes exactly. Proud of you.
Oh, excellent.
All right,
I
Commissioner.
thought I was over for
Commissioner
sure.
Morris, Commissioner Arrington.
Any questions?
This is terrific. It reminds me, Mr. Chairman, a little bit of some of the things we tried to institute at the city when we were there. Some greenhouse gas emission reductions in city buildings and energy use in city buildings. I think it's terrific. I also learned way back when that in this case 2030 will come pretty quickly. It's ambitious goals. It's amazing how fast time does fly. I just had one perhaps picky little question. On the Exhibit A, on page 6 of what we have in our, under Priority Area 3, Sustainability in High Performance County Buildings, the B goal is to create a water efficiency management system to reduce overall municipal water and use and sewer. Is that word in there because maybe most of our maybe all of our buildings get water from the city, or should that just be, do we reduce overall water use in our buildings?
Yes, sir. It's a bit of both, but you're correct. Most of our facilities do use City of Atlanta Department of Watershed Management as their water service provider, and that's pretty typical for a lot of the metro area.
Sure.
Fulton County has a water department too for some of those other areas that watershed management the city does not serve.
So maybe the pickiness in me suggests that word ought to be deleted so that we reduce overall water use and sewer use in our buildings.
It's a bit of a focus because so much of our consumption is from the city of Atlanta, and they do have the highest sewer rates.
Yes, indeed.
So we pay a lot of money for water, particularly sewer and stormwater that goes down the drain or the pipe. So there's a lot more bang for our buck, if you will, there.
Right.
Let's just strike municipal.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thanks. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your work.
Commissioner Arrington?
Looks good. My question, and I guess what I missed was, what thought or incentives? I mean, this deals directly with Fulton County property, but what thoughts or incentives are there for us, for Fulton County residents? Tax break for putting up solar panels. So I think we need to, this is obviously good. It addresses one side, but in order for us to really have any impact, we've got to be addressing the masses and having the masses take action.
Yes, sir.
And so I think that's the portion that we're missing from this.
Yeah, so a good example of that would be our Resilience Hubs initiative that we're undertaking right now. That is directly about community benefit, so that folks have access to electric vehicle charging, training programs in their neighborhood. It can be a place where we distribute energy efficiency measures that can be taken and used in the home, like the Smart Thermostats event that we're doing today. But you're totally right. There's a lot more that we could be doing and offering in terms of programming, services, assistance, incentives to help others within our community of Fulton County to take advantage of these green and sustainable products that provide a higher quality of life overall, right? So I agree with you. This has been more internally focused in terms of how it was set out, but there's a lot of things in here around urban agriculture, transportation, job training, and outreach and education that we could, look at more strategies and initiatives to bring in the community.
Yeah, so I'm fine with this. I would just challenge us as we go forward to include, partners like municipalities and the general public as well, and come up with some type of incentive or program to for mass reproduction so that everyone can take advantage of them.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this report. It's got a lot of good information on it, a lot to digest at once, but a lot of good information. You just mentioned the electric charging stations is something that's coming down the pike. And I'm just curious if you've had any time to explore really what that's going to look like. I know that there's a big component in the federal infrastructure package that's in line with that, but I think a lot of people have questions about exactly what that's going to look like locally. So if you could look into that and bring us some information back, I think that would be good for us to know, especially as folks look into perhaps getting in that business or, whatever efforts might be there to, make sure that it's located in the right locations that would best serve the community. I always find it interesting that now if you see a charging station, it's right by the front door, and as this gets more and more common, I would think that wouldn't necessarily be the case. If there's more of them, they couldn't all be located right by the front door of a building. So just those kind of things. I don't know if there's detail in the legislation about exactly what to expect. But Mr. Chairman, this looks like is the one of two items on the agenda that have a sustainability component to them. And I know we've got some folks here that are going to talk about the future of the Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority. And I'm not sure if these two efforts could be combined in some way, since they do have a lot in common. So I know we're going to hear in a minute on the other topic, but it just seems like an opportunity to work together. They're both Fulton County focused initiatives.
Yeah.
So just wanted to put that out there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
I think our solar panels are working pretty well today, based on how warm it is in here. But thank you for the information that you shared. I guess a lot of the stuff up here I think is really good and a lot of common sense stuff that we should be doing. I guess my only reservation about some of the updates, I always become a little bit leery of any plan that has targets on one date and picks up the targets and moves them back further and changes them, for fear that you never really measure your progress and hold yourselves accountable. So I'm not really wild about, kind of the target changes. So I'm not really sure how attainable some of those things are. And I've certainly seen, there've been a number of governments that put very large, headline grabbing numbers around percentages of things they were going to do, only to quietly change those, just a couple years later. So I don't know. I'm not real wild about those particular changes within here. I'd rather leave our measurable targets we have at 2025 there and say, okay, what did we do and how did we stack up? And if we didn't meet it, then why not? Certainly, if we were doing everything right and we exceeded it, we would be on a path to some of the targets that are notified in 2030. But that's my only concern about kind of the stuff that's really been outlined here. I do also subscribe, just like on the public health front, that if we were going to go out doing stuff with vaccines, we ought to figure out how we were going to promote it within our own internal ranks first. If we couldn't do that right, we certainly weren't going to have a whole lot of success doing it with the general public. And I think in this particular area, there are elements of truth to that kind of, that statement as well. So, we've got certainly some of those things, as you noted, that are embedded within here. Some stuff that we put forth that, we got to put some action behind the agricultural, ordinance and that sort of stuff that we're put forth. So, thanks again.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is an outstanding start to something that will be very good, not only for employees, but for residents. And I want to go back to what Commissioner Arrington said about addressing the masses. If we are addressing the masses, then I would ask that, you know, the fact that many of our residents do not live in areas where they have access to alternative transportation options, we need to address something in the plan that will spearhead them being able to access alternative transportation options, because many of them don't even have access to MARTA. And you can see that if you go northwest of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And I see both of you shaking your heads, so you understand exactly what I'm talking about. So if you could add that, that would really help a lot of people. And great work to both of you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this forward. I'm remembering now that, you know, we have, as a board, really been addressing sustainability. And we even passed a resolution some time ago to reduce the use of plastics. And I remember Commissioner Hausman being very much an advocate for reducing the plastic use. And so this just falls in line with everything that we've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm in support of this. I just would like to know, or maybe further down the road, will we be doing any emphasis considering the District 6? My District 6 is one of the most environmentally stressed areas. And so are some of your vision or goals, those particular areas that are a little bit more environmentally stressed than others, or those are some things that you're going to try, you know, as a group to attack? Because I know that some of the environmental factors are some that are in our control and some that are not. And so it's more of maybe not necessarily a question, but an ask, so to speak. I would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, what's your pleasure? Everybody got enough information? I think he's heard what needs to be done and incorporated. It's sort of a work in progress, so it's a good start for us. So motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. I thought it was a resolution with it. Yeah, there's a resolution. Could we have time to actually read this and come back next week? We can, yeah. If that's what you like, sure. You didn't read it? When did I get it? Yesterday? No, last week.
Well, I would also like for our other sustainability partners, like John Rutherford Seidel, the grandson of Ted Turner, who came here to speak the last time we were passing the plastics resolution. And he said he appreciated, you know, the teamwork effort, and that he works very closely with the sustainability office. He is over at the City of Atlanta. I'd like for input from them. You know that the family, Seidels and Turners, have Captain Planet, and they're very big on sustainability and energy efficiency and health and, you know, organic gardens and all of that. So I'd like for us to share this information and get some feedback from them as well.
And we also have the Environmental Committee here in Fulton
Yes.
County. Have they looked at it? Have they seen this report?
Yes, I've shared it with them. The FCCE?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
I mean, have they given you any input or feedback?
We have a meeting next Tuesday, and we'll be discussing it.
So you're going to discuss it with them then?
They set the agenda, but I believe it will be on
I mean,
the
that would be, I think, a good
Yeah, no problem.
way to
So I'll offer a
move
substitute
forward.
motion to hold until the next meeting, but I do want to get it because it's, you know, we're wasting time to the consistent with what.
And Mr. Chair, if you would allow me to co-sponsor, I would absolutely
Sure.
appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, substitute motion to hold.
Do you need a second?
Yes.
Second.
All right, seconded by
She
Vice
did it,
Chair, not Hall, Houseman. Now let's vote on the substitute motion to hold until the next meeting. All right, motion before us is to hold. Substitute motion to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Hold till the next meeting.
Yes.
Get that in there, okay. So you have your marching orders now to make some adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
22-0097, request approval of a resolution by the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County to provide initial fiscal resources to fund the Fulton Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Commissioner?
Yes, Chairman. I would like, I have some guests here that I could speak to any questions the commissioners may have. Chairman, I know that you are the, if I'm not mistaken, the vice chair on this board.
Correct.
And given the fact that you all saw fit that we needed a raise for the employees here, I say that to say this. There have been several reports about the housing crisis. It's a lady last night, her housing went from $8.95 to $13.95 a month. And so we know that the housing issue in Fulton County, the prices are only going to rise. But the opportunities of having the jobs to be able to pay for that rise in those prices, we don't have. This is something that is very good. The good thing about it is that it's bipartisan, and it really does what we want to do, impact those who have inequitable access. We have crime astronomical, and some of the social factors of crime is not having a job. Also, some of the other problems associated with what this will attack is that you have companies that have jobs that do not have the employees because they have not been trained. You have zip codes that if we were willing to make sure they had the particular training with the organizations that I have even talked to and mentored with, you're talking about someone and possibly, depending on what they're training for, it may be as little as 10 months, it may be as most as 2 years or a little under, but they would be above the poverty gap when they come out of training. And so if we're really trying to attack crime, we're trying to attack the rising costs of the housing in Fulton County and the inability for individuals to make the money that they need, and more importantly, go in and break down those systematic barriers that causes disproportionate economic impact and inequitable access. And so this is a great program. I commend everyone that's not only on the board, but those that are partners in this vision of what we need to do to not necessarily, in my opinion, give a person a fish, but teach them how. And so I'm going to not belabor the point, but I'm going to turn it over to you all to explain to the commissioners and to the listening public what the Fulton Technology Energy Enhancement Authority is and what the need is.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you so much for the opportunity to, again, provide information and address the County Commission. Again, I'm Allie Kelly. I am Executive Director of a nonprofit called The Ray. We work in transportation innovation and sustainable transportation infrastructure. We have a formal partnership with 25 state DOTs across the country. Our home squeeze is Georgia DOT and the Federal Highways Administration. So that is my point of view coming into this. My colleague John Bayalis works with the Atlanta Regional Commission and has more of a focus on the Atlanta region as opposed to the national transportation infrastructure system. I want to, first of all, commend the presentation that came just before this one. That was riveting, and the answer to the question is absolutely there are opportunities to partner. FTIA is the Fulton Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority, which we call FTIA for short, is a public corporation. We are a state authority, and so the partnership opportunities that exist between Fulton County and the sustainability goals that you will continue to pursue and FTIA, those partnership opportunities are that the state authority can partner with the county government to be even more competitive for the federal funding that will be available this year for clean, smart infrastructure in the green building as well as in the transportation sectors. I want to make one distinction, which is that while we have plenty of opportunities to partner, and we absolutely should strategize and collaborate to find those partnerships and make sure that we're leveraging and exploiting them this year. But to make a distinction is that FTIA, as a state authority, actually has bonding powers. And so our ability as a state authority to, as Commissioner Arrington pointed out, get to the masses with systems change, right? And with to unleash individual action. And we actually have the ability to get at that level and that scale of activity because we can leverage our bonding power to build bigger infrastructure for the communities themselves. Let me get specific here because there are opportunities that are right in front of us, which is why this is such a timely conversation to have with the Commission. First and foremost, the authority can use bonding power to build green energy infrastructure. We can come into the community with true community solar to actually lower the cost of electrons for individual families and individual members within the community. Yes, sir, I will go so fast. We can also utilize that relationship because of the community solar to then offer energy efficiency programming to affect the housing. So what you're just describing, we can actually improve housing through EE programming because of the relationships that we can forge with community solar programming, which means we're lowering the cost of each electron, we're lowering the overall energy burden and the cost of energy bills, and we're improving the housing. In addition to that, we can use our bonding power to actually build green infrastructure. So similar to the presentation that was just made, green infrastructure like rain gardens, yes, absolutely. But we can go a step beyond that, and we can actually use our bonding power in collaboration with Fulton County to build affordable housing that has green and sustainable aspects to it. So the scale of what you've just heard from your venerable colleagues versus the bonding authority or the bonding power of FTIA, the scale is not only one that we can partner together, but one in which the FTIA actually operates at a much larger scale because of the bonding power. I'll just finish saying this. The Biden administration and the President Biden administration and the bipartisan infrastructure law, they're connecting the dots between green, equity, and jobs. And that is pieces of FTIA that are not in traditional sustainability programming. And the goal of FTIA, as you just said, Commissioner, is not only to provide fish, but to provide workforce development specific to green infrastructure, green building, green transportation, and technology, in order to help people prepare to take jobs of the future. So we can partner with Microsoft, yes. Google, yes. Workforce development around the digital economy, yes. But we can also partner with IBEW, for example, to help train members of the community to understand how to install and maintain EV charging infrastructure. These are jobs that will be relevant for the next decades to come, and FTIA has a role in the entire life cycle that the President Biden administration has laid out, where we utilize the most sustainable and modern infrastructure projects to generate more equity and to generate workforce development and workforce training opportunities for jobs.
Okay. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very good authority and addressing a lot of issues that really need to be taken care of in our neighborhoods of need and our school systems. But I just want to make sure that that everyone understands what it's covering because it was said that it's only Fulton County schools, and I want to make sure, are you including Atlanta Public Schools in that as well?
Yes.
And since it is a Fulton County authority, does that include any areas in Fulton County, any schools in Fulton County that fall below some of these percentages?
Yes, ma'am.
One thing that stood out to me was the fact that this bill actually says on page 3, line 36, that it is further the purpose of the authority to significantly reduce poverty in the communities west of the main campus of the Georgia Institute of Technology by simultaneously creating jobs in the non-traditional trades of technology and energy. My district is northwest, incorporates a northwest portion, northwest of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium and the Georgia World Congress Center that literally has neighborhoods like Vine City, Washington Park, and so many that need technology and need a lot of these things. So this kind of concerns me that it says only west of the main campus of the Georgia Institute of Technology. So will this be able to cover even more? And then I'm even thinking about south and southwest, southeast of I-20, because a portion of my district goes down through southwest Atlanta to Campbellton Road. And there are many areas where I've spoken to people and their access to technology, they can barely get a signal, if at all, have a signal for their telephone. Access to the internet it's like a digital divide is happening still in our city. So will this be able to cover all of those areas as well?
Yes, ma'am. We actually have a presentation from the Atlanta Regional Commission from their data division. First of all, the area of concern broadly is Fulton County. The specific areas or communities that we are charged to focus on, there are criteria around reading levels, graduation rates, energy burden. These are data-driven criteria that the communities have been identified based on that criteria by the Atlanta Regional Commission, and the communities extend across Fulton County in the areas that you've just mentioned being of most concern to you. So the answer is not only yes, but we have the data behind the work that we will do in those communities to show you why the legislation identifies that criteria and why those communities fall within that criteria.
Can you send that data to me at my office, please? I'd like to see it.
Sure.
Because when you were saying that, it reminded me that there's a section on page 4 of the bill, line 75, that says, "The authority shall stand dissolved upon the area of operation no longer being deemed a high energy burden area by the authority. High school graduation rates for residents of the area of operation is 90% of the graduation rate of the high school operated by an independent school system in the county with the highest graduation rate. No more than 20% of the residents of the area of operation live below the national poverty level, and the reading level of third grade students is at least 85% of the countywide average reading level for such students." And when I read that, I was like, okay, so where's the data how do we not know that some of this hasn't already happened to lean towards the of dissolving this? Because at the recent inauguration of the Atlanta Board of Education, when I attended that, Dr. Herring, the new APS school superintendent, stated that the overall graduation rate had actually increased, and it was about 80-something percent. It was close to 90% overall. So I'd like to see the data showing what the individual high schools' graduation rates are right now, because there's apparently some great improvements in that area.
Yes, ma'am. We had a 2-hour session with the data specialists at the Atlanta Regional Commission. They even came up with some models that show us how things like cost of housing has changed over the last decade and 2 decades. And they were able to take us down into school by school data involving reading level and graduation rates. And we were able to see things that we know are happening in our communities, like churn, where students may be enrolled for 3 months or 4 months, and then they unenroll from one school, and you can see them shifting to another school as the family is essentially chasing rent, chasing more affordable rent. So the Atlanta Regional Commission has not only data, but they have visualization tools that they would love to share with you, so you can actually see what the underlying challenges are to the overarching shifts that we're seeing in demographics, in school attendance, and in school enrollment, et cetera.
And how some of those criteria you just mentioned were derived for the legislation itself.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
And how some of those criteria you just mentioned were derived for the legislation itself.
Thank you. I have seen some of that data that speaks to the students who literally live in extended stay hotels and, pay by day hotels, and they try to go to school, but they are literally transferring from one school to the next school, and they really don't even complete a full year at one school because of their income issues and housing issues. So I know that is significant, and I was told that I have the majority of those Title I schools in my district, so a lot of the APS reps have spoken to me about those situations in the neighborhoods like Grove Park and Bankhead. So I'm glad to see that that's something that you're actually addressing and aware of. Let me see. I think. And I also wanted to just say, we're talking about west of Georgia Tech, but I'm reminded that Boulevard in the Old Fourth Ward has always been known as the 1 mile highest concentration of poverty in the Southwest and in the Southeast region. And so there are issues in other parts of Fulton County that are not west of. It's just we are blessed to have a developer family named Wingate who owns all the properties in that 1 mile corridor, well, pretty much all of the properties in that 1 mile corridor. And they're trying to address that because they did not know that they had the highest concentration of poverty in that 1 mile corridor. So I want us to really expand our reach and look outside of just one designated area so that we can address all of Fulton County. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. So I like a lot of the stuff that I'm hearing. I guess I'm a little confused. I think the goals are good, but I'm trying to understand why, if this is a state authority, why didn't the state fund it? Where is the matching money? I mean, we just heard we got to pay for these nurses. The state's not funding that anymore. County's got to pay for it. We just turned over our Board of Health to the state, and we're paying for that. I mean, what is the state doing?
We're pursuing all options, including seed funding from the state and also from the city of Atlanta. The seed funding is, this is an inartful way of saying it, but I can't think of any other way to say we need to spend a little bit of money now in this startup phase of FTIA in order to be able to leverage the bonding power and in order to be able to compete for the large sums of money that will be available from the federal bipartisan infrastructure law. We can engage in, so I'm going outside of your question, but We're going to have a little bit of startup money in order to have the staff and to have the bond counsel to leverage the real powerhouse of funding behind and opportunity behind FTIA. And we're not asking the commission for support and seed funding in a vacuum. We are also going before Chairman England tomorrow, I think, to talk about a state appropriation, and we are also working individually with city council members to prepare for an ask of the city of Atlanta as well.
So, I mean, I don't necessarily mind helping or contributing, but I'd like to see those other things in place, right? I'd like to see, if we're gonna match, then let's all match, right? But I don't necessarily want us to be, and then frankly, the other state authorities that we're involved with, we're able to appoint board members. Yes. They, when you come to them asking for money, then that's when we negotiate, hey, we need the ability to be able to appoint board members on this authority if you need our money.
Yes.
And so, I like everything that I heard, but I think we might need to massage it a little before going forward and know that there are other partners that are willing to step up to the table as well.
Yes, sir. Understand that completely. There are board appointments that are codified in House Bill 762, and there are Fulton County board appointments, as well as the appointments from MARTA, the Atlanta Regional Commission, Georgia Tech, and I believe one at large. Oh, and the Fulton County Development Authority. Thank you.
Yeah, and there may be workforce money available, but I don't necessarily know. That may be more something directly with the county manager, but when you start asking us for money, that's when I start asking, okay, what are we getting in return?
Absolutely.
And who else is at the table, right? It's gonna make this a success, because whatever amount of money you're asking for from us, that's not gonna do it.
Right.
That's not gonna put you in a position to be where you need to be. So, I'd rather know that that everyone else is at the table and that everyone is committed to this.
Yes. And we are working to do that, Commissioner Arrington, loud and clear.
We share your.
All right. Vice Chair Houseman, Commissioner Abdul, and back to Commissioner Hall. And it is 1:36.
Yes, it's almost lunchtime.
It's passed.
Okay. Good to see you both, and thanks for waiting all morning to talk to us about this. And you and I have had the opportunity to speak about this previously, so I appreciate that too. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of good here, but it looks like it's not maybe structured initially in a way that really allowed you to be able to do all the things you're talking about doing, which just back to Commissioner Arrington's questions, I was going to ask many of the same ones, but you mentioned MARTA, and this is the first authority that's been created in Fulton County since MARTA, which does cover more than Fulton County, but it's similar. So, I wasn't around back then, and I know that we eventually went to the voters and asked for continued funding for their operations. When they were established, was there money along with the establishment of that authority, or do you know?
John used to work at MARTA, so I'm looking at John.
I would have to do some research on whether they were given seed money, but they were initially able to call for the sales tax referendum, which immediately, once passed, was able to provide them consistent revenue.
Well, I guess if you're talking to the state, it just might be good to, understand how they're generally created and if they're generally a funding source associated with the initial startup, because that's really what's lacking here with this. And then we do have a board member here, Commissioner Pitts or Chairman Pitts. I don't know if you want to weigh in on this ask here for this funding, but I mean, we hear you and we understand the potential. I think it's sinking in, even though we weren't really involved in the creation of this, but, it does have a lot of good components to it. I agree with Commissioner Arrington. It seems like we need to have an overall plan, because when you and I met, I threw out a number. I think it was 150. What would that get you? And you said, well, honestly, not a whole lot. And so, not that we don't want to support this, but even though that may not be a lot of money, it's still not money that we want to not go to good use, right? So I think we're a little premature, and what we might determine is a reasonable amount for us to invest, should we do that. We've just allocated $500,000 to the Sustainability Office that we just heard the presentation on. And if there's partnerships there where, you know, you can share some office space or do some administrative things to support you, maybe that's an area we can help. So I just think that this is an initial request that really does not really, you know, I think address really what's going to give you what you need to really have a good launch.
That's exactly right, and I appreciate you pointing that out, Commissioner Hausman. I do think that there's one additional aspect to this, which is just the timing for the authority to receive some resources. John mentioned that we've been operating as a working board without resources for 7 months, and during that time, we've been able to secure, the board will, in a week's time, vote on both outside legal counsel as well as our official bylaws. And we're, I'm going to say, at least halfway through a strategic planning process with goal setting. So with zero resources, you can see the grit and determination of this board to move forward with the governance requirements. We've been able to work with outside legal counsel to try to get to pro bono agreements for a preliminary period so that we're not incurring any risk or any debt as we move through these initial phases. The timing constraint on all this is just the funding that will become available from the federal government, and if FTIA will be in a position to compete for those resources alongside Fulton County or others. As a working board for this board to be pulling together federal grant requests is not feasible, and we know that. We know our limits, which I think is, you know, one of the ground rules that Mama tried to teach me. So I think that having some resources, even if not wholly sufficient, in a shorter period of time, in a more immediate time frame, really will allow us to be more competitive for these areas. It's not for the sake of FTIA. This is for us to be able to attract investment from the federal government to the communities that Commissioner Hall was talking about, that are, you know, suffering with digital poverty, with financial poverty, with energy burden, and et cetera.
So I'm very, very impressed with your passion.
Thanks.
You're obviously very invested in this, and so I appreciate that.
I'll take the A for effort.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Again, as you're giving your answer, I mean, we have the Workforce Board, we have our Economic Development arm, we have our Development Authority. I mean, we have resource and the sustainability piece. We have a lot of the components of what you're trying to do. I think what's missing is working together.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, I'd like to see a little more of that and more of a comprehensive plan. I'd like to hear what the state has to say. I'd like to hear what Atlanta has to say, and then come back and let's see what we can do together.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you want to be heard again?
Chairman, if you don't mind, just briefly, you sit on this board, and so you're well aware of the needs. And I just want to drive home to my colleagues that in order for this board to be competitive to it, you know, dealing with the bonding and dealing with the opportunity to get those other funding, somebody has to step up to the plate and say, hey, there's some seed money. And so even though I hear all my colleagues and I think we're all on the same page, I think the missing component is that we've got a great board here. We've got a board with a lot of partners that are willing to come to the table, but this is where, you know, the rubber hits the road, so to speak. I mean, I don't know how any other way to be more eloquently, because what I don't want, since we are in 2022, we know that money is going to be coming down. We know that we've got to be bonded. We know that there are legal aspects that are going to have to be worked out. I just think that if we could find a way to provide the seed money, I'm open to any suggestions or things that you may want to add to it. If you want to say, well, if we, I said not more than 125,000, maybe if we drop it down and say, okay, can we seed half of that and you all get someone else, some other entity to match? What I don't want, which is what happens in government a lot of times, is that you have the people working really hard to get from point A to point B, and they need the funding. And we know once they get the funding, once you all get the funding, it'll allow you to get more funding. And so the ultimate goal is to deal with all those issues that we know that post-COVID are only going to get worse. They're not going anywhere. The housing, the crime, the inequity, it's not going anywhere. So what I would say to my colleagues today, if they want to add something to it in order to say, okay, well, we'll fund this amount contingent upon, some other action. But I think Fulton County, if we can step to the plate and show the others that we can do what we need to do to make sure all these partners come in and affect not only just the economic impact period of Fulton County, I think we would be the leader that we so-called call ourselves. So I would implore and I'm open to any suggestions that my colleagues have, but keep in mind, this is seed money in order to get to other money. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said something that sparked, that just brought something to my attention. You said based on the timing of the authority to receive these resources, that is why you're here asking for this money. But then a lot of people don't realize that Fulton County is not on the same budget cycle as City of Atlanta or the state. We are literally on a January to December budget cycle. We have already approved our budget the second meeting of January. Anything that was not approved in that budget, we were told it would have to be reviewed mid-cycle. So there's a whole list of things that we all want, and we all know our communities want and need. We know that the least of these need that are on that list for mid-cycle review. Is that not correct, Mr. County Manager, Madam CFO?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, so the timing of this is a little bit off. You just barely missed our budget approval process. And so I don't know how, to be fair to everyone, I don't know how we do this because we've already voted, and we voted that everything that was not approved in the budget would be reviewed mid-cycle. So that part, and then there was some mention about the board and who's on the board. And so as people were kind of throwing different position titles out, I pulled that section of the bill up, section 3, starting at line 46. And it says that the authority shall be governed by a board consisting of 7 members. Board members shall be appointed as follows: 1 member appointed by the Development Authority of Fulton County from among the memberships of such development authority. 1 member appointed by the chairperson of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, who shall be nominated by the Partnership for Inclusive Innovation at the Georgia Institute of Technology. 1 member appointed by the Atlanta Regional Commission, who has a background in finance and investment. And this brought a question to my mind of who at Atlanta Regional Commission, because we all know that our beloved COO, Anna Roach, has gone on to be the executive director of ARC, but there is an ARC board as well. So it made me question who makes that decision, because it's not clear. It says 1 member appointed by the Board of Directors of MARTA, 1 member appointed by the chairperson of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, who has a background in economic development from a list of nominations provided by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. I know I wasn't asked to provide any nominations of a person with a background in economic development for this board. So, Mr. Chair, did you make that selection already for that person?
I don't remember. I'm on the board, but I don't recall. I think I had to. It was either one of the positions, either Georgia Tech recommended someone to me, and then
Yes.
I can't remember how it worked.
That would be number 2, which is one member appointed by the chairperson of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners who shall be nominated by the Partnership for Inclusive Innovation at the Georgia Institute of Technology. So that would be that member. But there's another member that is supposed to be appointed by you who has a background in economic development from a list of nominations provided by this Board of Commissioners. And I don't remember.
Go back and check.
Yeah, I don't.
What I'm hearing today, though, and you've asked me, since I'm on that board, and it's 150, and we got a lot more to do. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and they're all relevant questions that y'all have asked. I just don't think it's ready, even though I'm on the board of it. And in particular, it almost reminds me of our conversations about the Grammys, where Mr. Olecki and they want us to be, to put in the first money.
Yeah.
In the World Health Organization, the same thing. But there will be a role for the City of Atlanta, for our Development Authority, for these private tech firms and Microsofts of the world. The state ARC will probably, hopefully, have a friendly person over there now. So, and I think we need a budget. There's just some unanswered questions, and well, let me stop there.
Well, I do want to finish because there's 2 more board members that are supposed to be selected. Another one by you. It says one member appointed by the chairperson of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners who has a background in renewable energy and sustainability from a list of nominations provided by this board.
When that came up, did I appoint you?
You did.
Okay.
Okay, and the last one is one member appointed by the other members of the authority from a list of nominees provided by the members of the General Assembly whose districts include all of the area of operation. So it sounds like all of the members aren't even actually on board.
Yes, we have been constituted and working as a full board for 7 months now.
Okay, so then, sir, that means that you did select someone already for number 5, which was a background in economic development from a list of nominations provided by this board. Maybe just didn't know that that was what it was supposed to be. So that prompts me to ask, has this board actually met, this authority?
Yes, we had a meeting in September, and we have another meeting coming up in February.
Okay. All right, yeah, that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Back to Commissioner Abdul.
Chairman, since you are the vice chair on this board, I'm going to ask our county manager to take a look. If we can find funding, I'll be open to any suggestions you may make, but I would suggest we put it on hold because I do want to respect the chairman since he is the vice chair, and also any other concerns for the other commissioners. But meanwhile, I want to ask the county manager to see if we have funding capability, and if so, where it would come from. But on that note, Chairman, I would ask for to hold it. And for those commissioners that had concerns about it, if you all would reach out to those commissioners individually and answer their concerns. So when we come back again, everybody will kind of be on equal footing, okay?
All right,
Thank
so
you.
the motion before us is to hold by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Eric, you still want to be heard?
Yeah, just briefly, typically the way it works when we do board appointments, either we do one appointment per commissioner or we have a full board appointment. To hear that there are 3 or 4 appointments by one person, there's 7 people up here. So one person being able to nominate 2 or 3 people doesn't do any good.
They were designated.
Yeah, that's not how we do it.
We need to go back, that's not what this says. No, but the board positions were outlined in the state legislation. Yeah. Yeah. All right, the motion before us is to hold today. Let's vote on the motion to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, quickly, it's 1:54. Thank y'all, and y'all heard the questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you again so
All right,
much.
Madam Clerk.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Commissioners,
quickly.
full board appointments, 22-0098, Board of Ethics. The Atlanta Airport Chamber of Commerce has recommended Mercedes R. Miller for a full board reappointment to a term ending February 12, 2025.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0099, Board of Ethics. Chairman Pitts has nominated Louis Levinson for a full board reappointment to a term ending February 12, 2025.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 22-0100, Administrative Committee of the Fulton County Defined Contribution Plan. Chairman Pitts has nominated Commissioner Hall for a full board appointment to a term ending December 31st, 2022.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
What's
Keep going.
next? What? We got. All right, let's, we'll have to come back after lunch in the executive session, and then we'll take up an abbreviated legislation. So I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch in the executive session. Matters of real estate, personnel, and litigation.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Madam Attorney, you ready? All right. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, any issues from executive session?
Yes, Chairman Pitts. Is there a motion to approve representation as requested in item number 1 of the executive session agenda?
All right, move approval by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve representation as requested in item number 2 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Is there a motion to approve acknowledgement of lease termination as requested in item number 3 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And finally, is there a motion to approve utilization of outside counsel as requested in item number 4 of the executive session agenda?
All right, a motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote. Madam Clerk. ¿Qué pasa?
And
Can I do it?
it's for Hausman and Hall.
All right.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And that's all we
it.
have.
Thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 7, 22-0101, External Affairs, presentation of the 2022 legislative agenda.
All right, Ms. Corbett, it's 2:54. You have 8 minutes or less.
Maybe I can do it in 4. Let's see. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We'll ask our staff to please pull up the slides. We have had a very busy week with the legislative session, and I'll go ahead while they're pulling those up. One very important piece of legislation introduced last week by Speaker Ralston was the creation of important legislation related to mental health and the Mental Health Parity Act. We are very excited about this because we've discussed with all of you the importance of mental health as part of our legislative package, which touches many, many other issues. So that is one of the highlights from this package, as well as the creation of the Mental Health Caucus within the General Assembly. Next slide, please. Just for the public, these are the priorities that the Board of Commissioners adopted as part of our 2022 agenda. Next slide, please. We've also, today is Legislative Day 10, and there are 30 more days. Crossover Day will be March 15th, so a lot of activity over the next few weeks. And again, mental health has been in the news quite a bit and has been some of the most significant legislation introduced. Next slide. Redistricting, we've already talked a lot about this. I'll just ask us to move on to the next slide. One piece of legislation we wanted to remind you was about House Bill 836. This would incorporate the remaining unincorporated non-airport parcels into the city of Atlanta that are north of I-20. And that legislation passed through the House last year and has now been referred to SLOGO. I won't say a lot about the Buckhead city bills, but we are continuing to monitor those. The city of Buckhead, there is some impact to Fulton County if the de-annexation and new annexation theoretically did not occur simultaneously. that would leave us as the service provider. Next slide, please. We have been working with the Department of Registration and Elections to provide input where possible on some of the legislation. Wanted to highlight Senate Bill 350 that is listed at the bottom of this slide. We're on page 6. And this was introduced by Senator Albers and would provide for nonpartisan elections at county government level. We are told that today Senator Albers has introduced a new piece of legislation. It was supposedly in the hopper. We were trying to get our hands on a copy that would introduce nonpartisan elections specifically for Fulton County. So we don't have a lot more information other than that has been introduced. Our lobbying team is tracking it down now, and we will provide that as soon as we receive it. Next, and I think we would be in a better position to answer questions once we've actually seen the bill. Excuse me. Again, elections continue to be a very significant topic, as you see through some of these bills here. Next slide, please. And Fran, do you have the bill number for Senator Albers' bill? Whoa. I'm sorry.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The second bill that is Fulton specific would be Senate Bill 437. And as Jessica mentioned, we are trying to get our hands on a copy of that bill. It should probably be available tomorrow. It looks like it's appearing on the composite list today.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Going back to the topic of behavioral health, House Bill 1013 is that omnibus bill that we talked about. Speaker Ralston, typically the Speaker introduces the budget as his sole piece of legislation. He is the primary sponsor for this bill, along with Representative Mary Margaret Oliver from DeKalb and Representative Jones from South Forsyth. So those are, that is important legislation, and we has a lot of impact on insurance coverage for behavioral health. It also talks about the professional development pipeline to address the shortage of mental health care providers in the state of Georgia, as first responders to help with mental health crises calls. And then there's some other transparency and reporting requirements. So it is important legislation, and we will continue to track that. There are some other pieces of legislation dealing with insurance issues and mental health that you see listed here. Next slide. Again, there's a little bit more. There's also some legislation, and I won't go over each and every bill unless you have questions, about issues such as outreach facilities, such as interaction for justice-involved persons who have a mental health diagnosis or mental health are facing mental health crisis or symptoms. Next slide, please. I'm just going to move on. There are a couple of other ones that we wanted to specifically highlight for you. Next slide. Next, please. We've talked previously about House Bill 356, so we'll move on. Next slide. I wanted to mention again that the House Resolution 117, which is creating the study committee on homeowners associations, condominium associations, and property owner. This study committee is in-house rules, so we feel like it, this one, because it is a study committee bill, has a faster track toward completion. Next slide, please. There's also been some discussion about firearms and some of the legislation, the so-called constitutional carry legislation. So there are several pieces of legislation here. If there are questions or any request for us to make any special tracking here, we're glad to do that, but we just wanted you to be aware of this legislation, some of which does have an impact on probate court specifically, where concealed carry permits are issued. Next slide. And next, please. I wanted to highlight a few homestead exemptions that have been introduced that are specifically related to the city of Milton. These would, if the legislation is adopted, these specific ones you see here would go before a referendum later this year. But again, these are very similar to some of the other legislation that we've seen introduced related to homestead exemptions. Next slide. And I just want to mention, on the subject of homestead exemptions, we have received a few inquiries about homestead exemptions from other legislators as well. Friend, this is a piece of legislation that proposes some property tax relief. I think we have had some discussion with the tax commissioner's office, I believe, about this specific legislation. Next slide, please. Development authority compensation is also been contemplated. This is some legislation that was introduced by Representative Oliver out of DeKalb and addresses the per diem for development authorities and just tightens that up a bit, which has, of course, been in the news some in the last year. There's also some legislation here about regional development authorities. Next slide, please. One of the other pieces is related to T-SPLOST legislation and proposes to have those questions before voters in a March election. Fulton County's T-SPLOST has been traditionally on the ballot in November. So that is another matter that we would, yes, another opportunity for that election. Next slide. Fran, are there any other bills that we wanted to mention before we close out today, and we can take any questions from the
All right, any questions?
commissioners?
No questions? Okay, Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a request because we can see by this packet that the General Assembly has taken a special interest in mental health issues.
Yes.
And so I think we may want to consider exploring the negative impacts of COVID related to evictions having a mental impact on our residents. And Fran was actually attending a meeting with me and my team with the South Fulton Ministerial Alliance, and this was an issue that was raised that there are some mental and emotional behavioral issues as it relates to COVID and the evictions and suicides and everything. So if we could look at maybe putting something in a bill that would address that, and we could actually use that evictions bill that I sent over that started with Chief Judge of the Magistrate Court, Judge Kirk.
So, Commissioner Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I am pleased to report that the evictions language that was voted out by this board was introduced. It is now under House Bill 1149. That's been introduced as a joint kind of Fulton-Clayton effort with Representative William Bodie and Representative Rhonda Brunel. So that was just introduced, and so we will be tracking that. I did receive word from your office that if there's an opportunity to attach it to a mental health bill, to attach that language to any mental health bills that are tracking, to pass, then, and so we've alerted our lobbyists to that as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, other questions or comments? No, thank you very much, Ms. Corbett.
Thank you very much.
I would like to just say, Mr. Chairman, that yesterday was Girl Scouts Day at the state capitol, and so we have left something from that gathering for you in your offices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
22-0102, discussion, Alpharetta Jail, sponsored by Vice Chair Hausman.
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, I know we've talked often about our jail situation, and I see the sheriff is here, and I thank you for being here. And if you want to, offer any comments during this, you're more than welcome to. And we also have discussed that the former location that we partnered with, North Fulton in Alpharetta, has been closed since the beginning of COVID. The cities in North Fulton have repeatedly, as you also know, requested that that jail be reopened, and that obviously has not occurred yet. And so I just wanted to let you know that at the North Fulton Mayor's meeting last week, a presentation was given by the City Police Chief of Milton and the judge in Roswell, Brian Hansford, regarding what to do next. And they're discussing forming a North Fulton Jail Authority and running their own jail. And I just want to make sure that you're aware of this is happening because they've initiated a study to that effect. And just some of the points that they raised and the time and money that it takes for them to operate under current conditions which they're no longer thinking is in the best interest of the community, and I'm just going to share them with you for your information. Officers are required now to take arrestees all the way to Rice Street for processing. The sheriff's office will not accept any city charges. All charges, including DUIs, are either processed at the Fulton County Jail or released on copy, and it was stated during the presentation that the majority of offenses in North Fulton are being released basically with a ticket. So they're taking folks home, for example, that have tested positive for DUI. They're just taking them home rather than taking them downtown. And the release on copy can cause prosecutorial or charging issues in those cases. Processing at the jail places all charges in state court with no opportunity to be heard locally. There are hospital clearance issues with this practice, and they have experienced procedural changes without notification, which has caused a lot of frustration. And they state, and this is just, I'm reading from this report, overall inconsistency and unequal service levels, including paperwork issues. So they are in the process of proceeding as if we are not going to enter into an agreement to reopen that jail. I think that it's important to note that, as we have determined with approving the jail feasibility study to replace potentially our jail for the future needs, that having other locations to take folks that have committed offenses helps us with the situation at Rice Street. But the situation is what it is, and I don't know if the sheriff, you want to come down and comment on any of this, and if any of this is inaccurate, or if you've got any new information or plans in this regard. But I did think it was important enough to bring to the attention of the commission.
First of all, good afternoon. And let me start by saying thank you. Right, this is a conversation we've had for a little over a year, right? And I certainly appreciate it. Appreciate the 2-hour text messaging conversation we had during the meeting as well. And as I mentioned, right, good things came from it. And so to that extent, as early as this morning, both Chief Roberson in Alpharetta and I and his mayor have really we're looking forward to opening that facility. And so I have a plan in place, and Mr. Chairman, we talked about this briefly. That the proposal has been, or the drop down, and again, thank Dream, I don't know if they're in here, but thank them for going up and doing a drop down list for the rehab of that facility. It will cost nearly anywhere between $400,000 and $500,000 to do that. We've begun to have that conversation. My plan is to have it open by June, but it's a very aggressive plan. But that said and done, that's the way that we will proceed. I do not want to exempt the jail feasibility study because you're absolutely correct. There may be better options in the future, but in the immediate, we are going to push in that direction to open the jail by mid-June.
So I appreciate that. So your message today is that in lieu of them forming their own authority, you are in negotiations to get it reopened by June?
So while there are some inaccuracies in that report that they put out, there are opportunities there. And so whether they form it or not, there's an opportunity for us as the county sheriff's office to reopen it, right? Again, mid-June, and there are some allowances. For instance, right now, Sandy Springs pays $45 a day per person for Smyrna Jail to hold their individuals, as well as any long-term, they go to Pickens County at $50 a day. Both of those are plus medical costs. So if we can work something out along that lines, then we'll absolutely be able to really service them accordingly. But at the same time, we have a massive recruitment effort going. And I do want to thank Mr. Herman and certainly our county manager for helping us along those lines. But we're actually recruiting in Alpharetta as well for people to work in their own communities. And as we spoke on many occasions, this is community-based, right? We want to get our officers back out on the street. And then ultimately, this is, because I know where some of my commissioners will go, this is a equally yoked conversation. So if we do what we do on the north side of the county, we want to make sure we're able to provide the same services on the south side, which will involve enhancing the technology all the way around. And so to that end, that's our plan from that perspective. Yes, ma'am.
Good news. So again, you're in negotiations to get it reopened in June.
We're going to make it happen.
All right.
We're going to make it happen.
With the price tag, you mentioned that.
There is a price tag associated with it, but we'll figure that piece out. And if there are no more questions, I would like, Mr. Chairman, to take a quick second to thank the county manager, Ms. Whitmore, and their teams holistically. If you've not heard, we have started a Fulton County Sheriff's Office Eggs and Issues, right? It is both internal and external to our partners, whether it be human resources, the law department, whatever it is, so that we can figure out over the last year how we can smooth and flatten out some of the differences we may have had and learn from it. So that has started on Monday. It'll commence on Thursday and Friday of this week. It's been absolutely fantastic. So I certainly want to thank them and Alton for their leadership as well in this process. So.
Commissioner Hall?
Commissioner Hausman, this is outstanding and very much needed in lieu of even just earlier discussing the fact that we were buying additional 40-foot trailers because of homicides. So we know that crime is unfortunately a major issue. And Sheriff Labatt, you've really hit the ground running from before day one, actually. And so I'm so glad to hear that you have, already assessed the renovations necessary to make this happen and everything. And I was actually floored. I kind of leaned over and said to the chairman, that's not what I expected. I expected a much higher number. So I'm pleased to know that it's really not even, it's only $400,000 to $500,000 just to renovate that whole space.
Don't quote me on it.
Don't quote you.
Yeah, let's make sure we get county manager and his team involved. I'm not an accountant, but that's where we're starting at the high end of $500,000.
That's a good lower start than I thought. When you're talking about renovating something to be a jail, to be a more fit jail. So I'm glad to hear that, and that you are already in discussion with Commissioner Hausman, because this has been something that I know you've spoken on before, and I'm glad to see that it is moving along in the discussion, and hopefully we can also get the funding and get it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner or Sheriff? Anything else? Okay, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Next item.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have the 6 remaining
Okay,
Zoom's public
are they
speakers.
ready?
Hello, Commissioners. I'm gonna call Ben Howard. All right. Ben Howard. Okay, while we're waiting on him, Linda Downing. Okay, Linda Downing. Okay. Ben Howard, are you ready?
Hi, this is Linda Downing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So good afternoon. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Linda Downing, and I've been a resident of Fulton County. Hi, this is Linda Downing. Can you hear me? Yes, I can. Since 2009. So good afternoon. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak. Is there a large delay?
Ms. Downing, you have to turn down your volume on your, mhm.
All right. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you again. I've been a resident of Fulton County since 2009, and I would like to stress to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners the importance of providing adequate resources to support the Board of Elections in the upcoming election cycles. You know, as I go about my business in the Atlanta area, I can't help but notice all the people who don't have the opportunity to speak to you today, but nonetheless, they are affected by the decisions that you make. I'm thinking of the healthcare workers who work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shifts, the cashiers and the people that bag your groceries at Publix, the postal carrier who delivers your mail, the worker at the Amazon distribution center who commutes 2 hours a day by car, and your family doctor. I could go on. All these people need to be able to vote, and so I'm here to advocate for ensuring we have adequate early voting and adequate absentee voting. If we don't have that, how are our fellow citizens who serve us day in and day out going to be able to have their voices heard? So any actions that you take to alter voting access should involve expanding access. Anything else will result in denying access to the very citizens you represent. So thank you for your time.
Next. Okay, the next person is Ben Howard.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. All right. Greetings, commissioners and staff, and greetings to you, citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. County Commissioners, no sub-entity of Fulton County government should be allowed to trample upon the freedom of a Fulton County citizen, whether the offending sub-entity be a city, a community, or a neighborhood planning unit. So when the neighborhood planning unit chairperson at a public meeting says to a representative of a Fulton County commissioner, you may not speak to that person who has his hand raised because the person who has his hand raised is not a member of this neighborhood planning unit, there should be a county plan in place to address that nefarious situation. I submit that a representative of any of the 810 county commissioners in the state of Georgia ought to be able to speak to any county citizen at any public gathering, including neighborhood planning unit R in Atlanta. If there be a court order in place, that gag order needs to be produced on the spot. Otherwise, a flippant fiat from the overlord of a fiefdom needs to be challenged, and challenged in the name of the United States Constitution and the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights.
The next person to speak is Ingina Jermott.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Najina Jamat, and I've been a resident of Fulton County for 10 years. I appreciate the members of the Board of Commissioners allotting time during this meeting for public comment. Last year's municipal elections demonstrated the progress the Board of Elections has made towards improving access to the ballot box, we need to make sure that the Board of Elections has the time and space to continue to improve. The Board of Elections should focus on the search for a new elections director and not be distracted from its important work. Instead of creating obstacles for the Board of Elections, I encourage the Fulton Board of Commissioners to support the Board of Elections by giving them the resources they need to sufficiently staff the 2022 cycle. Thank you for your time.
And the last person to speak is NJ Spixia. NJ Spixia, you, okay. NJ Spixia. I'm not getting any response, so I believe that will do it
And
for the Zoom portion.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have two emailed in public comments that I will read. The first comment is from Mary Quarterman. I'm a 40-year Fulton County resident and strongly oppose vaccine mandates being required of Fulton County employees or anybody ever. Keep Americans free to choose. Public comment by Yvonne Barber. Please, when will Fulton County repair, rebuild my senior residential home as I became homeless? Lonnie Ferguson of the City of Union City disconnected all my water lines and water meter services for all of year 2018, and I never had any water. Had to catch rainwater in buckets. Fulton County never repaired my home. On wait list for more than 15 plus years. Again, when will Fulton County repair, rebuild my home as I became homeless? And that completes public comment.
All right, any other matters to come before us?
No further items.
All right, no further items to come before us. We are officially adjourned. Thank you all very much.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.